don't want to go live.
I'm actually unalive.
Go crazy, go dead.
Hi everyone. We're alive, much to
I
our
don't
dismay.
wanna be.
Hi everyone.
Everyone is me. That's me. Everyone.
Do have the stream muted, right? Okay, yeah, I do. I was confused.
It's fine, everyone. I'll do all of our intros because I am everyone.
I'm everyone.
I am Ethan
everyone.
everywhere. God damn it! My drink got snatched out from under me. Anyway.
Wow.
Can you see?
No.
Can you see everyone? That everyone's also me.
Everyone is
Oh shit, luck rolls.
me.
Oh yeah, luck rolls.
I don't get why people do those.
Listen,
fun to see the dice.
So we can.
I am
funny dice
auspicious.
roll.
Luck is. I believe in making sure luck has its flow being distributed. You know.
Now
Xanty
everyone
doesn't
gets to
believe in
see.
luck, so that's his fault. But you know, that's not that's him thing.
Now everyone gets to see Ken and Ellen's horrible luck rolls in real time.
Woo!
See,
Sorry,
you
Ken's
jinxed it.
horrible luck rolls.
I believe
the
in
best
luck
he's gotten.
insofar as there is a random chance that other people get random chances more.
Yeah, no. I think as the person who's been critting the fuck out of us, I don't think you're non-belief
I'm in a place to say.
Yeah, no, I don't believe you're in a place to say that luck isn't real.
I've been
luck
trading.
piece isn't real.
I've been trading 20s though. You know,
Personally,
insider trading.
I believe everything has a 50-50 chance of either happening or not.
Yeah.
Ah, coins. And flipping them.
Tink, tink, tink.
Yes, I got it, Roche. Anyway, hi everyone. Destruction Bench Agreement. DBA, we call it. New episode bi-weekly tabletop RPG anime campaign Epithet System.
Are we just
Each
like...
week, Destruction Bench Agreement, worldly otherworldly affairs.
Is this the clickbait
Ballast.
of intros?
Not clickbait, cliff notes. I'm playing ensue, gamer girl emulation epithet. James.
Okay.
Oh,
Trans
hi.
boy.
I forgot I was next. Hi. James, trans boy, boyfriend of Ballast, Penny, Iris, next.
You sure did not talk about character.
Character Alexander, boyfriend of Windrow, has duck.
Non-binary.
Yo, the duck's non-binary? Fuck yeah!
My non-binary son.
Moomin, Elden, time, jump, space, gun.
God.
Jump
Big
very
shot.
far, actually.
I feel like this is taking longer than normal intros.
Hi, me Roche.
Non-binary, yes.
Non-binary, yes. I play Wendo. He's gay.
Trans girl.
Amber.
Oh, I'm
You're trans
sorry.
girl.
I wasn't sure if you were referring to yourself because. Hello,
I
Amber,
thought you were
Sam,
referring to Windra for a half second, I'm gonna be honest.
and
This whole time.
It me, Amber, Sam. It's yum delicioso. You again,
Not now, guild.
Not now, not ever.
Like content. Discord, fine dining. There it is.
Fuck!
Episode good to start?
Yo, Alucard time.
Excellent.
O's
Acceptable.
top VA?
So, to cut another long story short, because I want to get right into the fray. Last episode, they climbed the clock tower. This episode, they're going to continue doing so. The previous fight was relatively short, but harrowing and difficult to deal with nonetheless. So, welcome.
Okay then, everyone. Cracks the neck. More
All
likely
right.
than not, we are coming upon the time where we are to meet Ostavier. And so, yep, music's working.
Okay.
Let's think here. What are we all thinking of doing? Everyone notices, by the way, that Tea Time Shadow is like sort of moving of its own volition, just sort of like looking at their own hands. They have like a cute little shadow eyes and all of that.
Naruhodo.
Soka.
I'm not sure. Also, hey, Insosu, 1 second.
What?
Holds up the yarn bag with the ducky who has like some grass to munch on. Could you like put my duck in your space for safekeeping?
You do realize if I got knocked out, that's probably gonna like do severe damage to your duck, right?
Oh no, never mind.
Now that we own the duck, will it like come
I
with us through the resets? Maybe.
part of me hopes so, but also that means if we reset because we die, my ducky will also get hit, and that would not be nice.
I mean, if we reset, that just sends us back in time. That doesn't mean the duck's getting hit. What?
Well,
Also, I mean, I could just put it under my hat, or you could put it under your hat. I don't. Your hat's a beanie, so yours doesn't have as much room though. So I guess like I could
Yeah,
put
that's
it under
fair.
my hat if that's. Or you do have your bag that you've been carrying.
I
it in.
do have my bag. I've been carrying it, and I've just been trying to think of ways to protect him.
A lot of hoopla for a little duck, if you ask me.
That's great,
Leave him
Kelly.
outside. Leave him outside,
What
or
if he
somewhere
wanders off?
Somewhere where someone else can protect them. There are plenty of people here. Like Kalestis, much to my dismay, I don't think he's so soulless as to kill a duck.
True.
that's fair. Okay, let's just could probably hold on to it if you're worried about the little scamp.
Yeah, he also isn't like seems to be bound in the same way as us, so he could probably keep it between resets as well for us.
Yeah, that makes me wonder if, because he's like part Reaper or whatever because of his epithet, if he kills something, does that make him more like that thing, considering that's how Reapers work from what I understand? Like, if he kills the duck, does he grow like a bill?
I don't,
Immediately protects Duck.
I don't think we need to get into the logistics of that here, but we can maybe ask him at some point. I assume if we go back far enough to where Kylie isn't there, we can probably just find Kalestis and be like, hey, can you hold our duck for us, please?
Yeah, would you just go and do that?
Yeah, Alexander would walk out of the room and try to find Kalestis to give the duck.
It'd be in the great room, and he'd take the duck and protect it with his life for a little bit.
Thank you. I'll move the duck into the void for now.
Oh, there you go.
Alright, so my number one idea here is to make use of the thing that we saw in the journal and tell him, like, hey, you don't really want to be here, right? I mean, you know, you said yourself you're pretty sure the only reason why you're, like, in this position in the castle is because you're a Reaper, which is the one thing you hate being.
Hmm.
It kind of sucks.
You know my method of dealing with this shit.
Yeah, shooting it till it stops fucking moving.
She looks at Nsosu. An issue with that?
No, I'm
Last
just
I checked, it seems to work.
rather simplistic.
Sorry to hear, sweetie.
Well, either way, let's just make this work.
Can we please not call in Kalis by the by?
We'll see if we need it.
Look,
We What?
See, I'm not looking to call him in, but as Alexander said, if we need it, then fine. I'm leaning towards, not, at least.
Cool. But
It's one of
it's ain't good enough for my tastes, but just for you. Sure. Whatever.
What did she say?
Leaning towards it in my tastes is not a good enough answer. Leaning towards it.
Got it.
Is it a bad thing that I don't trust someone whose epithet makes him a article of death?
Kind of slightly racist if you ask me, but it's whatever.
Okay, sure thing.
It's
Look-
not like he has any control over it.
For me, it doesn't really matter, just like... I mean... Like, it's clear you don't like the guy. Whatever your reasons are, that's fine. That's not really my purview.
They're good ones.
Alright. I'm not saying they aren't. I just know, like, from our interactions with him, he seems to be at least upstanding or attempting to be.
Yeah,
Though you know
you go first.
a lot.
Yep.
But you seem to know a lot about the undergoings of a lot of things.
Again, you still have all the Wrecking Crew ammo and shit, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we haven't used any yet. So.
Alright. Just wanted to make sure in case. Man, now that I think about it, us not using it this time around is kind of like the whole having all of the health potions and ethers of a game, Might need it later, but there's not always gonna be a later in the game,
Oh, kind of like saving a thing until you don't need it?
Yes, that's yeah.
Okay. I was like, I don't understand the... Waits for Alexander.
And I guess we can just use it then.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know how much left we got, but I figured we might as well maybe use at least some of it here if we do end up exchanging blows, etc., etc. Unless this game really rewards you for going for the hyper-conservative route, in which case, maybe that's a secret thing. I don't know if this is that type of game, though.
Big door.
Mundro, looks at Callie to gauge her reactions to some of the things that Ensue's saying.
She doesn't visibly react to them.
I mean, she was there when we read the chapter for Metroidvania, so I feel like she has, a solid enough understanding that this is a video game, to some extent at least. Unless
Yeah,
she's
that's
never heard
fair.
of Metroidvanias.
I'm just sitting here thinking, does she potentially think that she is the... Sorry, go on.
It seems to be more like, okay, they're just doing fucking... It's evident that that girl's a gamer. Her fucking epithet's a PSP. Using gamer terms, whatever. Let's keep going.
That too, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if we fully explain the situation of, hey, we're in a Metroidvania game, Callie would be like, shit, I'm the protagonist, dog.
That makes me Victor. That means I have to kill him. Don't get in my fucking way. Etc.
Alright. Big, not at all menacing steel doors.
A classic for places like this.
Certainly
Clarify.
nothing behind it.
Yeah, nothing.
Never ever.
You're all ready to go, right?
Yup.
course.
As
Yeah.
ready as
Yeah.
I'll ever be.
I'll take the front. Or, well, next to Eldon at least. And Kelly.
I'll support the rear. It's not that funny.
Sure it isn't.
Sorry. My apologies. The shadow also talks.
The Incestues ignore the shadow, as well as the tea time generally.
Open the doors.
Well, gee, don't act like I'm here or anything.
The place inside is a bit, shall I say, menacing in its own special way. There are not many candles lit up. It's pretty difficult to tell heads from tails here, pardoning a figure.
Oh shit.
The individual in the throne watches as you enter with a deep curiosity. Well, new guests.
Hi.
After a
Oh.
moment, with a gesture of barely visible claws in the darkness, another piece of the hallway is illuminated. I always try and mix up what I say to the various guests that come onto the Ceres estate, but recently I've been falling back on what I can call an old classic. Waves the claws again. Welcome, adventurers, guests, whatever you may see yourself as. Another wave. Welcome to the top of the clock tower. As I imagine that you know, my name is Ostavier. He leans forward in the throne slightly.
Alright, honestly, A+ presentation.
How kind.
So, Ostavier, yes.
Yes.
Well, I suppose, first of all, it's a certain kind of pleasure to meet you.
Hmm.
I would like to ask, just like takes a moment, thinks, because this guy is kind of fucking business.
A little bit.
He, like, takes a moment, right? You are the last guardian of Alucard, yes?
Yes, I am. ... What of it, my dear guests?
I at least was thinking to ask, I mean, considering what we know of you, doesn't it upset you that you're stationed here because of the one thing you dislike?
Not even slightly.
Hmm.
Alucard gave to me the gift of the secrets that I have been denied over my life. Alucard is a flawed human being. A flawed being, as all are. But, first and foremost, he is a kind soul. Would you, perhaps, say you hated someone with your guts? Or you hated what you are? Would a man who is, shall I say, He leans forward. If you were released from a prison because of who or what you were, would you hate the man who released you because you were that thing?
No.
Precisely.
From talking to him, yes, Alucard is kind. He doesn't seem to like this situation any more than anyone else does. Scratches at his arm a little bit.
Then you know my position. To make things a bit more clear, I am not one for holding secrets from the guests of this place. So, ultimately I am of the opinion that we are going to fight each other at some point here. Consider it a sensation. And thusly, I would like to introduce what you will be obtaining from such a thing. The handout, again, mysteriously missing, but he takes out a little sensor.
Huh.
This
What-
allows traversal through paintings.
Ah,
Oh.
I see.
He puts it back into his cloak.
what is it?
Alucard's phylactery is the grandiose name it's been given, but
Oh,
it is not as such. Without it, you can still defeat him.
well, that's the thing. I mean, pauses. Doesn't want to give away, like, too much because Callie's standing right next to everyone. Scratch, scratch. Never mind.
Very well.
I would just like to mention, because this has just been a thing here with this castle. If this is a whole fighting thing, we don't want to have to kill you if that is a thing that happens. And I mean, if you really want to kill us, I mean, I guess it probably has to be, but I don't think either of us want undue casualties.
On the contrary, I am afraid. It is my duty to protect Alucard first and foremost.
Don't you... Pauses.
He rests his head on a clawed hand.
Did you not do this so that you could get away from the endless cycle of death?
I did, yes.
And this doesn't perpetuate it?
You misunderstand. Consider it more as a thing of holding the souls in my hands, my claws. It was something horrific, that feeling. Especially the plane that I was destined to watch over. I am Reaper of Glitchlings and the Reaper of Untimely Deaths. It surged so often, and I wanted to help them. I wanted to do something. Part of me felt that we, as Reapers, as beings that can see between the folds of life and death, we should be doing something. Since then, I've somewhat rethought that opinion, but nonetheless. Does this situation perpetuate the cycle? In its own way, sure. But I get the feeling that the majority of you know that it does not perpetuate a cycle of violence. It perpetuates an odd cycle of rebirth. Neither here nor there, however.
Look. If we have to be doing this, then we may as well. But, I mean, again, on our end, we don't want to do anything more than is
Minimally
necessary.
Yes. Well, I am necessary. And while I am certainly willing to give all of you the time of day, just as I am hoping that you all would give me, Callie scoffs in the corner,
Ignore
I am
her.
willing to... Worry not, I was planning on it. What? Nonetheless, I am willing to give you all the time of day and the answers that you desire best I can answer them. For the most part.
Alright.
Spread out if you may. I want to get a good look at your faces.
Viscount T times Shadow waves high.
If so intrigued, I would rather not take off my mask. It is important to me.
Valid.
That's fine. That's Eldon. This is Alexander.
Hi.
Again, Ellen, and Sosu.
Callie. Yes, I knew that one. Well, what more do you desire to say to me before we begin?
Is there anything we could say to you that would have this not be a thing?
Roll 20, fucking stop, thank you. A curious question, though ultimately I believe the answer is no.
What about it makes it curious?
I find it interesting that you would go out of your way to ask me such a thing.
Shrug.
I am a Reaper, you see.
Everyone in this castle has a certain level of tragedy to them. I don't find it fulfilling or kind or in any way, what's the word I'm looking for? Right to simply end someone's life in such a way.
He shrugs. I understand this. If anything, I sympathize with it. However, I was nonetheless brought here to protect Alucard, and thus I shall.
God, Callie being here is such a fucking nuisance. God damn it. I want so badly to be like, hey, we kind of want to help him get rid of his fucking epithet, or we don't really want to kill him or something, and then she's right here. She's right fucking there. That stupid blue-haired bitch.
Should we just, like, ignore Callie and just say what we want to say, Wendro? Like...
Let's kill her.
Imagine just, like, whispering that to Wendro.
Yeah.
Wendro says, like...
I mean, like, if we can avoid this, I mean, like, if Callie fights us, we know we can take her on, but this, like, come on.
Listen, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know if that will get him to lighten up, and she's right there. We could end up fighting two people. I don't want to do that.
I mean, that's fair, but, like, damn,
Wendro
bro.
takes in a deep breath. What is it that you can see through the folds of Alucard's epithet?
The truths that you have been enlightened to.
Oh, shit. Well, maybe we don't need it, actually, yeah.
So, all of the things we know about Alucard, the things that...
He looks at the large clock. Yes, something like that. Alucard, what happens here after one dies? Their unfortunate situation.
So I guess you know that stopping us is stopping the inevitable in a way, then?
My own similar question on that is, yes, you showed us what physical thing we get, but if we were to beat you, do you know what gestures to Windsor with the Periapt, what
Shows
other
Periapt.
thing we would get, considering?
He looks to it. The ability to save one's life after it has been snuffed out.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
I see.
Well, that's
Talking.
handy.
Talking with the other Reaper, providing he's the one that screws with it, would be able to get one that saves the life of one of us. He gestures primarily towards himself, but the grander us is definitely implied.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could that theoretically be used on, say, I don't know, like certain vampired person? I don't know, just theoretically.
I mean, if so, we should probably keep it off for his fight, Wendro says, looking at Ostavier with this look of, I am not saying this genuinely, I am saying this to sate the blue-haired bitch in El Cornero.
Mm-hmm. Well, nonetheless. I know that to an extent this is delaying the inevitable. But perhaps, no matter how many times you come up here, no matter how many times you, looks to Callie, back up and lick your wounds, perhaps I can keep you here forever. Perhaps I can keep you here until Alucard's plan comes to pass. That is my hope, ultimately. I feel indebted to the man. He's done things for me that no one else of my kind has gone so far as to even offer. My poor, sweet brothers and sisters. Go on. I know you have plenty to say. We have nothing but time here.
Roche beer bead, and
I return.
Okay, well there you
Oh,
go.
well,
There we go.
shoot.
Hello. Roche.
Hi. Is there a way... Or actually, what was the thing that... Was something directed towards me, or was it like a...
Towards the wider group again, just... I know you have something to say. Continue.
Yeah. Is there a way to get past Orpheus without...
Let her handle it. Gestures. At Callie. See? What did I tell ya?
Hmm.
I see. She would kill Orpheus, though, right?
Break it apart piece by piece, yeah.
So actually, that's not an option then.
Well, it might be. Gives a sort of look to everyone else, sort of thinks
They
on it a bit.
They can be rebuilt.
Oh. Well, I guess that also works. In which case... Wendro, like, closes his eyes a little bit. Things are shaping up just a little bit. Oh, the sisters. Is there any way we can talk to them and not have it become a bad thing?
They are difficult individuals. But I imagine that you've done it thusly,
We have, though I don't think it was a satisfactory sort of outcome.
I mean, Wendro, considering what he was saying is if we beat him, I feel like we then get an offer that will make it a lot easier, necessarily, if it would come to it.
Maybe, but I mean...
You do not obtain the phylactery until you defeat me in full.
Mm-hmm.
Let it be understood.
You know, and Sisu was just basically
Yeah.
talking about the revive thing. He's like, yeah, no, if we have a thing that can bring someone back from death, you know, that'd probably be a good bargaining chip with her.
Yeah, I don't imagine why.
Yes, but, I mean... It feels a little bit strange to be like, hey, we killed you, haha, you're back now, especially since there are two of them.
I'm not saying that, I'm saying for the sister.
Well...
Not sure if that's how it works, but I guess we'll figure out how it works when we get it, I guess.
Well, either way, trying to figure out a way to...
Oh, you know, that makes me wonder. So, considering what you were saying of it bringing them back, if we beat one of the Guardians through that method and then bring it back, does that undo that, or how does that work out?
That much is the specifics. You would need to go discover it yourself, I'm afraid.
Right.
I assume you figure out whatever we figure out? Or is it more than that?
It's grander than that.
The reason why I was asking about the sisters is because currently we haven't necessarily found a way to talk to them that gets a very desirable outcome of them being happy, I suppose. It sort of feels like all of our current ongoings with them have been begrudging at best and hostile at worst.
Yeah, I don't know what y'all said to him this time, so I can't really say anything about that.
I don't know either, but I just remember Eldon was like, we can't go in that room anymore, and I'm like, you know what?
Nonetheless, they were dealt with. I would like to reiterate that I feel that I've made myself clear, mostly.
Alright.
You have spared people. You've made it this far. You can do so again.
Well, hey, I at least appreciate the confidence. Smiles a little bit, tries to make a little joke.
Ostavier's singular, even partially revealed eye does not give a hint of emotion, I'm afraid.
Well, anyone else have any questions?
No, I think I'm good with you guys.
All good here.
No, that's the one or two things that came to mind.
Very well.
Getting to Ellen, y'all are here for spirit stuff. Is there anything relevant that y'all think?
I haven't got anything to add, really, to be honest.
Very well, then. Shall we begin?
Go ahead.
I hear no complaints. With a powerful force, Ostavier is levitated upwards after a moment to the center of the clock. And thus. Gemini, we shall do as we always have. From the catastrophe of metal
Okay.
gears and the like behind, something just comes out from the gears, and he holds it.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah, I was waiting to see what his scythe looked like. It's a funky looking thing.
Whilst it pains me to do my job, I shall do it nonetheless if it is what is required for protecting the one that got me out of that prison. On guard.
Alright.
On guard, for real, for real.
Shut the
On
fuck
guard,
up.
you son of a bitch. Here we go.
Though, truth be told, Ostavier looks at the clock behind him. I believe that there is something that should be ironed out first and foremost. With a deft movement, he takes the two clock hands here
Yep.
and tears them to different places. There we are.
Oh.
Whilst it is ultimately bit too, hard to do as the moments go by, the ends of the clocks are whip claw points. Ends of the claw points.
I see.
So. And
Okay.
Also need a Kali turn.
Yes, I was getting to that.
Yep.
So, Callie, as one would expect, is the fastest to jump into action, no matter how ill-advised that may be. They take the whip claw, it extends out a frankly absurd length. They hitch onto the clock gears behind the clock, jump over here, and after a second, take aim and fire at Ostavier. It hits right, just dead on. Let me introduce Ostavier's primary passive. Oh, come on. Alright, let me get it then. Here we are. It's simple, yet effective, I feel.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Yeah, okay. Yep. Oh, that's fucking something. Oh,
Guys,
we gotta get...
We need to,
Go ahead.
guys. We need to stall for 8 hours.
Callie, as
Winter, do you
it
know
just...
how to read a clock?
No, I was taught. That was out of character.
That was yeah, that was a joke.
Go on.
It is just the bullet just glances off of the cloth of his cloak, which billows in the non-existent wind. So, Ostavier will go first. With a swift movement, he throws Gemini aside, and it starts spinning along the ground here. We're going to get to that. However, let's do an action to Callie, just to show you what kind of stuff he has in his arsenal. Yes. Razor Garden. I will only say that activates once, but it will still activate nonetheless. Ostavier brandishes their claws and sort of throw it outwards, and right at Callie, this little guy appears and stabs into her. God damn it! He contemplates doing another, but with a 7, that won't happen. Instead, yeah, he'll just throw another one at you. He has 2 main actions, Alexander and Wendro. Yep, throws another. This will be dealing 7 to the both of you.
Alright.
Are you gonna do something about that then?
Gonna block for at least Alexander, yeah?
Oh, shit.
Or at least attempt to. Never mind.
yikes.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Alright, in which case I will try to soften the blow for myself, please. I am right next to my boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was so close to a 5.
Right.
And then my question is, are these technically considered objects?
Why do you ask?
Protect your king, move them away.
I'd say when they start spinning, yes. But otherwise,
Okay.
no.
I'll make my...
I consider it more an attack, as it were.
Okay, I mean, that's fair enough. I'll at least attempt to move it away. Just throw it. Nope, that's cool.
Well, soften the blow was very good. I'll say that only Wendro will take the 7, and be it, it, like, takes and soaks in epithet power or what have you, it seems to only grow more powerful as it skips onto the wall and is spinning downwards.
Syllabus.
Now, before I take my turns, our diagonal's supposed to be turned off.
Yes.
Alright, just wanted to make sure.
Sure.
Okay, so, because the thing is, the Whipclaw has a fucking range of 5, which means that doing any shit to it is going to be difficult from our current positioning. So, yeah, I guess he can only be damaged while it's 12, and whip means we have to get the fucking... Because the thing is, if we move the hour hand, that means that the minute hand will just move along by itself. So that's what we have to.
No,
focus
he kind of broke the shit out of the clock.
You know,
actually,
that's fair. That is an accurate other assessment. In which case, fuck. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I am going to. Let me double check something real quick. Right. Yeah. This clone, right next to Alexander, is going to spend its move action, and basically it's going to be using a held action to resolve the upgraded form of the sword basic attack, aimed above it. Should any attack be basically aimed down at it, it's going to do a sword slash effect above it to try and like parry effectively is what it's doing. The other one, due to the fact that we are on a vertical map, that means that spacing is a lot weirder. I'm just going to have this one stand where Ellen's standing, because Ellen's a ghost, so it's fine.
Okay.
And what it's going to do is, it does not like the spinning death saw that is slowly approaching, so it's gonna...
What do you mean?
It's gonna see if a Pokemon has anything to say about that scythe. Alright, that is a 4, so not inherently, but you know, maybe Multicast has something to say about Pokemon having something to say about that scythe. It does not.
Pokemon does not have anything to say about this scythe. Death doesn't exist in the Pokemon universe unless you're doing a Nuzlocke.
In which case, it is now main Ansosie's action. So James, I have to ask, do you think you're going to be going big aura mode or no?
It depends. If no one else goes to move the clock hands, I might use my movement action to try to do so. But otherwise, I might do Big Aura. The problem is that this is a very big map, so I probably won't, just because I will probably need to position myself multiple times. Also, the upkeep cost will probably kill me.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure, because that changes on whether I do something right now or if I just wait for you to do that so I can then clone for maximal efficiency. I'm fine either way, just want to make sure what you're doing.
Yeah, unfortunately, I probably just won't do Big Aura.
Alright, cool. Here, I will, in that case, yeah, I am going to, fuck, the problem is that they're too big. Let me see, how big is the hour hand? It is 5 squares, so yeah, no, I wouldn't even be able to target just it. Alright, so no, can't do that one. In which case, let's see. Right. I am going to... My dogs are struggling against me here. Sorry. Yeah, okay. I am going to use my bonus action to use with mods on... give me a second, let me double check something. Because, you know, I have you slotted in, you slotted in. Right. No, I can't. I don't have anything I could use with mods for effectively right now. Sorry, guys. I am in a struggling note here. I'm going to use my main action to slot in something, and then I'm going to use a free action to then use that thing which I have slotted in. So She uses her main action, so that thing is now slotted in, and then she's using the free action to activate this ability. Epiphany, free action once per session, as basically a fucking power aura starts emanating off of ensue.
Okay.
And let me just put a note for the timer, and let me just fucking 3. Come on, roll 20. There we go. And she's going to just use her move action to get to over here. That'll be me.
Okay. Alexander.
Alright, is anyone else
Alright.
aiming to use their main action, whatever, to move clock hand?
Wender's planning on it, but Eldon is up next, so maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna try. Oh, I'm pretty far away, so I might not even be able to get there, but...
I'm just debating if I should only bonus action chocolate or main action chocolate, because that will determine what I do. Because it's a movement action to use the whip claw. So in that case, just because, you know, Winter's going to be doing it anyways, and he's got plenty of boys to be able to do things, I'm going to main action chocolate on would Gen or Ensosu prefer it?
Probably ensue, I would think.
Well, I don't know. How's Gen looking?
Not great, but, like, realistically speaking, considering the limitations on dealing damage to Ostavier right now, I think Ensue's utility would be a lot more helpful.
Yeah.
So.
Fair enough. I just wasn't sure, considering I have 2 levels of cost reduction currently, so it's fair enough. Yeah, I guess me then.
Alright, in that case, I'm going to chocolate myself and Ensosu, so I'm just going to, oh, that's why. I was like, why can't I select my character? I had the ruler tool open. I'm going to pocket chocolate. I'm right next to Windrow. I saw that fucking 20.
Well, die actually. 8 health to both of you.
Alright, which means I take 7 health because of that shit. Alright. Wonderful. In that case, I guess I will aura, at least for right now, to let others have an easier time doing setup. Because I healed more than I thought I would. So we're just gonna aura, get bigger.
Man, just imagine, right, if I managed to Roar of Time using the thing or some shit like that, that would be hilarious.
Wow. I will take the cost for that. And that will be me.
Okay then. Eldon.
Alright, I'm gonna see if I can draw upright. Yes, okay.
Damn.
Yes.
In that case, one...
Eldon no clips.
Yeah, excuse me. Okay.
Oh no, please, go ahead. The shadow, like moves for you. Tea Time glares down at their own shadow.
Okay, first of all, is there anyone that would like, anyone in particular that would like to take the D22 -1? I remind you, this can be applied to any die you roll, not necessarily your normal D20.
I think maybe giving it to Alexander, because if Windrow starts moving around, or if he moves around, Alexander having slightly better rolls generally is helpful to us, but I don't know, other than that.
Yeah, with how big this map is.
I'm personally fine, so just someone other than me.
I can also give this to Tea Time as well, or like any summons as well. But yeah, just putting that out there.
No, if you give it to Tea Time, that might be interesting, because that means they crit on 4 numbers. But I'm not particularly vying for it.
Alright, well, no one has any particular interest at the moment. In that case, I'll just do my actions. First off, I gotta try and refresh my excusal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll refresh it.
Alright. And then... let's see. I guess I'll just aim for whichever one I hit first, as I leap of faith just into the block hands.
Okay. Which one do you want?
I'll aim for the minute hand.
Okay, then. I'm gonna... I imagine this is pretty forceful, right?
Yeah.
Alright. The worst, but still not bad. Let's just 1, 2, 3, 4. Toss yourself wherever you feel like up here.
Alright, he'll be hanging on about here-ish, or
Got it.
about here-ish.
There we are. Ostavier does not seem to, bother with you for the moment. That it?
Yes, that is my turn.
Well, start off, Callie is a razor orchid that was spinning. Not gonna be it's coming towards the Insos.
Alright. In which case, I assume that it just does it. It's not like an additional roll thing, which is fine. Just want to make sure.
Yes, I was wondering if you had anything you want to do.
Yep. I will. Let's see. This was a how much damage attack?
This will be dealing like 4.
I think because Ostavier's next turn is coming up, I will just have the clone take the hit.
Okay, then. Very interesting. Callie's not going to have a good time in the form of Gemini, cleaving her in half. Let's say... not much damage. Alright, Ostavier, let's do... yes. So, let's start with damned arms along the floor. There we are. Feel free to read that.
Reaching up 4 spaces, dealing 14 damage and 4 atrophy. Oh, fuck.
Alright. T-Time's gonna attempt a Geiger counterspell.
Okay. Single digit, 7, not very good. I'll say that it might reduce damage, but that's all you have going for you right now.
Okay, so this would be happening on the next Ostavier turn is when it goes off?
Yes.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Well, at the very least, I can swing you out of the way when that happens, hopefully.
So, in the meanwhile, though, how about he tries to reap Eldon? That sounds like a great idea, me. I'm glad you think so, me. Yeah, 15 damage to a singular target.
Oh, boy!
Also dealing 5 to Callie now that I look at it. She's already not looking great.
Well, I guess I'll Ice Blast out of the way.
Okay.
Preferably landing on one of these gears, so probably like 2 or 3 stamina.
Yep. That is very good and slightly beats it out. I'll say, take 5 total, but you're there, yes. As he just throws it back along the ground and it continues to spin. Those are his 2 actions. Again.
Oh boy, it's Gen's turn. Assuming this is possible, I'm gonna pull out Funny Whip Claw with Static Head, since I'm slightly out of range of Whip thing, and I'm just gonna start like walking up this gear that I'm.
You know, I keep forgetting that we have Static Head. I'm gonna be honest with you, dog.
So Static Head.
And we're gonna how far, like, how much movement would it take to get on the clock from the gear, would you say?
1, feel free to extend the range of your whip claws a tiny bit. Get a bit more movement, maybe. More movement sounds better. Point is, let's say 2. Because the gears are moving, so.
Yeah. 2, and I can compare, and I'm basically just double moving.
Alright.
My turn.
Wendro?
Okay. So, Tea Time is going to fly upward. Thank God they have wings.
Moto would be like, oh, fuck.
No, it's okay. I have a plan for Moto. So we're gonna bonus action do this little number. That's okay. That's fine. Main action. Let me think a little bit here. Yeah, they are going to use a they're going to use a special variation of their bone craft ability, and they're going to use Bone Collector, and they're gonna create like a little like bone weapon that is going to have here, let me post it. Alright, really cool. That's so awesome. Thank you very much. Ooh. I was going to use it with this. I was going to put in the rune of fucking decay, as in radioactive decay, as in like, I don't know, half-life.
Yeah.
So that maybe it's just like a little more effective, and they're just gonna toss that bone weapon over to Gen and Ellen. I'll say it's like a weird bone sword that crackles when you put it next to a Geiger counter.
Cool.
As for their action, because I forget it has that, dog, I'm gonna I'm just gonna try and I'm gonna try and just zap this thing out of reality. Just gonna try and zap it with a magic spell to break it.
Okay.
That's okay.
That's an 8. These things are pretty fragile, so I'll say it leaves it at 1, and I'll be transparent about that.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you. Also, this is the impurity attached to the sword, so, you know, do with that what you will. Moto, right?
Sword, okay. Yeah.
Moto's going to use their full round action ability, and my main goal here is I'm gonna just want to, fuck with the clock hands.
Okay.
Burning donuts. Alright. So, they get to move up to 3 times their movement. And they can do cool stunts and tricks and shit, and that's really cool and all. But the main goal of this is, my movement path is going to be just like, and then like, doing a little spin in place to make sure these fucking clock hands stay there.
You can just go that far and that fast?
It's a once per combat. They can only do that once, effectively.
That's pretty good. Give me another roll, just so
Okay.
I can.
I will also post that they can go up walls because of
Yeah,
their...
because
yeah.
they fast. All right.
They
Very
will
interesting.
fall after this because they have no ability to stay on that position unless they're real good.
I'll say that you can toss this motherfucker up to here, but otherwise, minute hand staying where it is.
Yep, and then it, spins around, and on the and it does 1d6 plus 2 damage to Ostavier, and he gets a little bippy of a greater burn. But other than that,
Well, it's not 12 o'clock exactly right now.
yep,
So,
they don't take
yeah.
any damage. I forgot, but I don't know. Maybe that burn will stay there for when he does take damage.
It just like licks right off him, more or less.
That's fair enough. Now window, right? Window. We're gonna like go. We're gonna start climbing. This would be 7-ish.
Yep.
Pretty sure. And
Toss another 2 at the end of your movement. It's fun.
yeah, that would be the end of my movement. And so he would. Let me think about this. Oh god, roll 20. Stop fighting me. He is going to... effectively, right? What I would like to do is, because the clock hand is really fucking far away. Alright. Wendro wants to, effectively, use, come forth in a really strange way on this guy to, like, fling him all the way up to the minute hand, and maybe his spin will cause it to go just maybe closer.
Sure.
Let's try this. I'm not trying to get a permanent summon out of this, I'm just trying to, like, get it going. Which, it does have advantage, I don't think it matters, but...
Well, let's find out.
It's a little bit better.
Alright then. Got it. There you go.
And that would bring this one away from this line, right?
The one on the ensue, yeah.
Okay then. I'm gonna say it just is thrown so hard that it disperses, basically. The
Yep.
claws hit the floor inert, given a few moments.
Wendro smiles like, fuck yeah, alright, got it. And that will be the end of his turn.
Callie is going to fan the hammer on the scythe. Pretty good! Not good enough! Let's do... Be generous, say that much damage. So... Let's deal with the elephant in the room first and foremost, right? How are the people on the bottom floor here handling, pale hands?
So the way that it works is that effectively all from along the floor there are hands emerging is how it works.
Yeah, trying to, tear at you, more or less.
Alright. Well, I assume Alexander's gonna try to Spider-Man the fuck out of there, but
Yeah.
Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?
You can go first.
Alright, well, I have very little defense against this, except maybe use Kaizo block beneath my feet. Clones can go fuck themselves, though.
Good, but weird, and I'll get to why in a second. Do the Kaizo blocks remain?
They remain for the duration of the interaction that they are summoned for.
Got it. Okay. Thank God.
Yeah, no, that's... I did not make them permanent weird terrain things, because that would be really fucking good maneuverability effect.
Well, I'll get back to that one. Alexander, what are you doing?
I'm going to try to use wrapping up to swoopy out of the no fucko zone.
Okay.
Let me see how far away Wondro is real quick. 5.
Alright.
Oh no!
Here's a couple of things. Moto. First of all, I forgot the tea time rolls, but that doesn't matter. Fucking Moto is going to sacrifice himself to use I think Moto likes you to get beneath Alexander and bump him up out of the way.
Right. Give me a roll.
Ooh.
Alright.
Not good. Not good. So, Insosu clones both down.
Yeah.
I'm much certain. Moto also taking 14. I think that knocks it out, right?
Yeah, he die. I mean, he has 15, but he did do the 2 costs, so...
Yeah, he just did the 2 costs, So, for reference, it's like after a few moments, there are hands that basically, they're necrotic and life-draining in nature, and they just try and grab onto you and pull you to the floor, to what you imagine would be hell or some equivalent, but luckily, mostly, it's just the floor. So, it would not fully work in Sosu. I'll say, take 6, but Alexander, you're taking the full 14.
Well,
oh yeah.
I'm down. Goodbye, my aura.
Alright, similarly, how much atrophy?
4.
Alright.
Atrophy shouldn't come into play too much. It's just max health reduction, basically.
Ah, okay. Sounds great.
Yay.
Yay.
Right. Callie's not looking the peachiest either. However, the attack is over and done with. You know what isn't over and done with? Our pal's turn. So to start off, yet again, Callie is going to literally get totally Gemini'd right about now. That'll deal the 7. She is getting cut to shit. She just looks fucking pissed right about now. The Razor Orchid will move a bit. Now, funny enough, our friend Gemini is in the perfect position again.
Or are they?
Very interesting. There was a -5 on that, which is weird and not intended. So it would be a 6, still not fantastic. I'm going to say that Callie will take the 5 of it being retracted, thrown out again. Callie's being put in the fucking blender today, I guess. Again, not looking great, but that's that. What other action do I want him to... You know what? Let's really mix things up. Eldon?
Yeah?
Here you go.
Okay.
Oh.
Is that to be taken immediately or on their next turn?
On their next turn.
Uh-oh.
However, they are also
Man,
going
taketh away is gonna fuck us up.
That's
man.
what I was thinking.
I'm not liking the proximity of your turns next to his.
That is deeply entertaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. As Ostavier just spins around, firing claws all around the arena that start to spin around. The floors and walls have maybe just become no-go zones, I'm afraid. Anyway, and Sosu.
Yeah, that is very much a fun thing. And so you're on the camp that we shouldn't summon Calestus, Roche?
I don't think so.
I would be fascinated as to how you think we're gonna face him with Alexander down and all of us at half health and Callie being beat to shit.
Here's my logic, right? If we summon Calestus, do we even have a guarantee we'll win anyways?
Here's the thing. I will say that it's a once per run thing, so you wouldn't be wasting it.
Well, that lightens it up a little bit. I did assume it was like a once per
No.
entirety.
No. Once per run.
I'll say do what you will, but I feel like we should probably try and stick it out a little bit longer.
I just don't, I am fine-ish on health. I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. But now I will have to be protecting Alexander, which means that I'm going to have to do a lot more, is why I say that.
I can protect Alexander.
Anyways, speaking of protecting and things of that nature, inside her box, a window is going to appear in front of Hephaestus. Do you want to help? Yes or no? Boxes being beneath it.
No.
Alright, I don't want to force it to do anything, so I figured I would make it a question type thing.
Plus, you're not sure how good the metallurgy is going to be, how destructive it'll be with the gears everywhere behind the area here.
I mean, that was the intent if I summoned
Fair enough.
Fuck up the clock. You can't have time if there is no clock. We break it at 12. He can't change it back. It was the intent if that were to be the case. But in any case. Alright, so... Alright, so... I would assume it would take some of my movement to pick Alexander up, you would say, yeah?
You're just... you can just move next to him and do it, it's fine.
Alright.
He is a light boy.
So 1 picks him up, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's tough, but manageable.
Alright, and so for my main action... Alright, this is not a good fucking scenario, boys and girls, I can tell you that. Because I am utilitarian, and we are not in a fully utilitarian... We are in a movement combat, which is not my gimmick. Alright, yeah,
Now...
Yes?
Sorry. I was gonna ask, if I could somehow throw you over, do you want to attempt doing your thing, or...
Which thing?
Your copy thing?
No, again, as I've said, I feel like, considering... I don't feel... I already have my ability slot filled up, which means I would then have to fucking swap it back out, which means I would lose my epiphany buff. So no.
Alright.
So what I'm gonna do is I am going to... Yeah, considering he just fucking nuked my clones, I am going to spend 1 key point to give myself a +2 to rolls, and to try to get more clones back out, because we need numbers advantage currently.
Okay.
And then multicast, yes. Of course not. I swear to fucking God.
1?
Alright, okay. As an
Well, it definitely works. I'll give it an action 2 to spice up the deal.
similarly, considering Alexander's down, as I'm summoning it, if you want to give me the roll effect currently now, considering double time has now to be active, I would be appreciated, by the way, Moomin.
Sorry, what?
If you could give me the deck thing, considering I have now been put into double time mode because of the situation.
Yeah. Go ahead. Risk your relationship.
Yep.
Pick any die you roll and change it to a d22 -1 and gain 1 companionship with Eldon.
I will do so. I don't think I have any die size other than... Yeah, technically the only one is Water Gun Down, which I don't even have slotted in currently, so no. Because technically I could use it on multicast to fuck myself up to never get multicast to work.
Yeah?
Yeah. So... Yeah, I'll just make it my d20s, or... Yeah. Let's see, it then has also the thing, which will be ticking down to 2 at the end of this turn. So I'll just mark it as a 2 for the sake of ease. And you said it has a main action, yes?
Yes.
Alright, so... For... move action as well, or just a main action to confirm?
Move action as well.
Alright, I appreciate it. It is going to, in that case, spend... Let's see, because it's 1, 2, 3 to get up here. It would be 4, 5 to get over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Okay. It's going to spend its 2 key points that it has to fucking dash up here.
Okay.
And then it's going to try to slash the ever-loving shit out of Ostavie. It
Very
has
interesting.
+4 damage currently. Come on, roll 20. It's a failure. Who knows? Maybe it gets a multicast. It does not. Maybe it gets a gunshot. Yeah. Come on, roll 20. You gotta give me something, buddy. Come on, buddy. Oh, yeah, buddy.
There we go.
So it's
Alright.
single gunshot for 7.
Yeah, each blow is deflected pretty good by Ostavier's claws before you managed to land a bullet in the chest.
Alright, and... let's see, right, I will use main and Sosie's bonus action, and I am going to use holographics to change Dick Kick to basically make its modifier, that, is a Reaper, is effectively what I'm going for.
Alright.
So let's see, with mods, Jeff is a Reaper. Submit. No, I'm not allowed to roll today.
Yeah, die basically. Sorry about that one.
How much would you say that would cost?
Just 1.
Alright, in that case, with my -1 cost, nothing happens, and that is my turn.
Hey Alexander, hey Eldon, what do you want to do?
Okay.
I will say, right, being here, gravity is kind of pulling you in both directions. Just something to think about.
Okay. Real quick, would anyone...
Oh, wait, I forgot that mods, I didn't change my die size. Maybe I would have succeeded that mods, who knows? Yes, I did! Woo, baby!
Okay.
Alright, sorry, continue.
Alright.
Yippee. Anyways, so these 2 extra main actions, is this just for the rest of combat until further notice, or is there a limit?
Just in this one situation.
But, like,
For
will
the
it run
turn.
out during this combat, or will it just
For-
last till the end?
For the turn.
Okay, for the turn. Would anybody like to have these on a different turn? I don't necessarily need them at the moment.
I get the feeling that if you don't use them, we're fucked.
You can't pass them off unless you have some weird epithet or ability.
Held actions is what
to do
movement
that.
means, I think.
Right.
No, I have a talent that lets me shed things applied to me and give them to other people.
Oh, yeah, no,
Oh.
no. That totally goes through.
I feel like again. So if it were to be given to me, who just had a turn, would it be effectively a held action, or how would that work? Would you say, Scarlet?
I will allow it to be a held action.
I would appreciate one of them if you'd be good to give me one. Or would it have to be a package deal?
I can't split them. It has to be the whole or nothing.
Alright, in which case, I would say... in that case, yeah, give them to Roche then.
Alright, in that case, when Eldon takes his move action, he's gonna shed that, and then I guess... any preference on what the item to be, or just anything good? If no preference, I'll just make like a ball or something.
Yeah. Forcing it out of you, it would sort of take the form of, like, hopes and appreciations of being alive. So weird ethereal ball.
Okay. Cool. I'm also gonna see if I can get reversed. I can. Alright. So, Eldon... First off, he's just gonna jump. And that'll be his movement action. Well, that'll be with his movement action, so that'll... Actually, is... Whatever. How far would you say I'd be able to jump from here?
Well, you can let gravity take you one direction or the other, I feel. But, like, how do you mean jump, I guess? Your movement will do fine for that.
How much closer can I get to Mr.
Stop
Reaper here?
Seven is fine. 7 is good.
What?
7 spaces is fine.
Okay. I don't want to get all the way to him.
Okay. Less than 7 spaces is fine. What do you want from me? What do you want?
I want to shoot him in his fucking face. Actually, I
Alright,
guess
give me a
7
face
is good.
roll.
Okay.
Oh, it crit.
Yo!
Very
Fuck yeah.
funny. Makes me laugh. So, how much damage is this? Or you're
well, it's-
keeping it?
Yeah, it's not going off right now. So I'm right next to him. Also, from that, I just got an upgrade.
Funny.
I'll post that real quick. Carpe diem. Experienced in day seizing, Eldon feels like he's ready to take on the next step, day throttling. Both forms of Carpe Diem are now 1 cost any times. In addition, outside of combat, Eldon may freely summon a scar every 5 minutes or stick onto something as he pleases.
Throttling.
Let's see. I don't think anything with that can help at the moment. Yeah, Eldon is just gonna... From here, how far would you say the fall gets him? Well, I mean, the fall would get him to the ground, so...
Well, would you just let go?
I mean, he's currently not holding on to anything.
Yeah,
So
go to the ground. Whee!
My brother in Christ, you will be
All
cut
right.
to pieces.
well, not entirely to the ground, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah, you can grab on. But yeah, in the middle of the room, you can go one way or the other.
Yeah. I was
I
hoping
guess.
more to go down.
Alright, fine then, asshole. Be like that.
Cool. Well, before I hit the ground, just kind of midway through the air, about here-ish, I'm gonna spend some stamina to, you know what, I'm gonna spend 6, just to get as far that way as possible. To get me 18, if it works properly.
God, you're gonna... Elton be like, a new enemy, a new chance to fire the unknown amount of bullets of God.
7 isn't great. I'll bring you this far.
Okay. I'll toss the thingy to Wendro.
Catch.
Um,
Blanks.
let's see. Tea time is a little bit too far away. And so see, would you be...
Shadow waves at you.
What was that?
Could I theoretically swap with Tea Time's Shadow?
No.
Probably not. No.
It's a
Probably
normal
not.
shadow for the sake of shadows, so...
They're trying to wave like, baton pass me in, chief.
If you
In
want
that
to
case.
swap with me, keep in mind that I'm holding someone, so I don't know how your teleport would affect that.
It's up to double my size, so...
Yeah, I'm fine with being swapped if you want to, yeah.
Alright, then I will swap with Ensue.
Not fantastic, but I'll give it to you. Swap places.
Okay.
Alright.
Jake,
And
you can drag
then...
yourself over.
Oh, sorry. Give me one moment. I was tapped away.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
And then, he's still mid-air, so now that this is a one cost anytime, he's gonna fall and try and summon a truck tire underneath him to bounce upwards and even further away.
God damn it, man. Alright.
I
Tire.
love the energy of Ostavia is like, oh, this little guy is moving. Holy shit.
Like he is skedaddling.
Looks at Elden. This ain't Hollow Knight, what the fuck are you doing?
That guy was in the fucking gears for a second. What the
There.
fuck? Wait a minute. He's all the way over. What's he doing?
Okay.
Alright.
Now I have a very important question to ask.
What?
Are Reapers considered undead?
No.
Okay. In that case, I am below 12, so this will only do 1.5 times.
Oh, only 1.5 times. Right.
So, I think you were forgetting
It's
the critical modifier, my friend.
Oh, I remember.
It's fine,
Oh,
Elden.
yeah.
Just aim for his head instead of the rest of his body. Come on, forehead.
You're right, if you would let me, I will just aim for his fucking head.
Sure. So,
With crit times 1.5.
yeah. So
Oh, I
let's.
forgot you crit on it. Jesus Christ.
All right. That's a super funny number, right?
Yeah.
Holy shit. A message to all future GMs for Eldon Veltus. Put this motherfucker in a locked room.
You gotta put him in a 10 by 10 room or he'll kill him, man. You know, that's what I was saying last session.
That is
Oh,
scary to current
God.
generation. Walk them in a room that is 4x4 spaces.
this is actually fucking bonkers, man. Okay, so let me make something abundantly clear. Welcome to Phase 2.
Okay.
Eldon's turn comes around, the boss switches to phase 2, all is according to plan every round.
Yeah!
What the fuck?
Refuses to elaborate further, deals 168 damage. So, that shit happens. There are only so many ways I can describe someone getting shot to hell and back, which Ostavier is shot to hell and back.
And so Sue just kind of yells up, "You really gave the actions to the wrong person. He didn't even fucking use them. That's the scary part, man."
Yeah, so here's the thing. In the midst of, like, Ostavier getting shot, nearly from fear alone, he reaches up to the clock hands and with a guttural scream, rips them off of the clock. The hour hand falls as the bullets stop doing damage, leaving a good half of them to glance off as both pieces hit the floor.
Son of a bitch.
For the record, you do not need to get the same clock hands. You can make new ones, so long as it is denoted that it's 12 o'clock.
Okay, so we
But
can...
nonetheless,
Sorry, go on.
Ostavier is literally floating there, holding his head, half screaming, half growling in just pain. So, is that Eldon's turn?
Yes.
Very interesting. Ostavier's turn. He
Hey,
is
guys.
not.
I'm out of any terms.
I bet you fucking are, buddy.
First and foremost, Ostavier holds out his clawed hand. Gemini, reap the sinners! As it returns to him, and he's going to try and do a sinner reap. A classic, really. Everyone in this general area is going to take 7 if this works. Which I believe it does.
It's a good thing that I have not spent all my any time.
Yippee!
Oh boy.
Because I don't feel like Alexander being put into the death realm is a good thing today, personally speaking.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's that he hasn't returned to him and then he's doing like a swipe with it, or is he just fucking saying, go after them, and then it's doing so?
He returns it to himself and then throws it outwards with a spin.
Alright, so, is it just teleporting to him, or does it glide back to his hand?
It returns like it's magnetized.
Alright, that's the better of these two, because that means that I can theoretically stop it from actually being thrown at us, as I put a Kaizo block in the way. Or at least, I attempt
something
so.
to reduce it.
Where's the Kaizo block? Anytime. There it is. I have to... Yeah, I'm gonna use it for myself. That way I have the, roll bonus. Where the fuck is the Kaizo block? There it is. Oh, there we go!
Very good.
And I did use my +2 last round to, during my turn to give myself a slight roll bonus, so yeah, it's a good roll. Yeah.
I'm going to be kind and say that's knocked it down to 10. And it will only partially affect Alexander.
Wendro's gonna also try something here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've got to. I'm going to summon, the water summon to intercept some of it and take damage, the force.
Right.
I need to learn this ability doesn't work. Viscount Tea Time replaces that with a 7, but either way.
Can't cost. I will note that. Because compared to a 20, a 7 is not very good. So... Also, get an Ellen, 7 unless you have an anytime to counter.
Yeah, I've kind of been waiting for other things to resolve so I can anytime. Oop.
Not
good.
great. I'll
Holy
keep to my
shit,
7.
Gen's the one that rolled.
I'll keep to my 7, really.
Okay.
Wendro, take 9 including cost. And Sosu, take 6. Alexander, take 6.
Alright. How's Alexander looking, buddy?
-6. He has a svelte build.
Yeah! Hooray! I guess
Hooray!
if you survive until my next turn, I'm gonna have to put you in the box, even though that means
Please do!
I need you to understand,
Well.
if I go down, that means you die.
Yippee!
Wow, that is
It's
a
easy.
that
Just
is a
don't go
big
down.
true.
So you think we still should not summon Calestus Roche?
Does it look like we're any more likely to look? Just do what you will, all right, man. It's still his turn.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
To properly denote.
You're the one with the book. I assume you're the one that summons him.
All right. You know what we're gonna do? Oh wait, he can't use that because Wendro hasn't used the fucking main actions. Have they?
Nope.
No.
Very,
Yippee!
very, very interesting.
So what you're saying is we shouldn't use those?
I'm pondering to myself. When would Ostavier go for a kill? I'm wondering how far he would go with it. My current assumption is he would just try and do the job simple and quick.
And so this is being used on Alexander and myself, I presume?
Alexander, it is a single target.
Alright, well, you know, as we like to say in the business, guys will pluck us up twice per round. Oh no!
Oh,
You know- Alright, it's okay. Tea Time is going to attempt a Geiger counter spell.
Oh, it better roll great.
That's not bad.
Not
good.
bad. But I'm not sure it's good enough. Because of that, critical failure.
Well, if
Extra
nothing else,
failure.
Wendro can attempt the one anytime with the crossbow.
Has he dealt damage?
He has not. I thought the crossbow just had an anytime deflect thing.
Let me check. I think it does now that I think about it. But let me check just to make sure. Because, this is a dangerous game here. Yes, there is. It is a 3 cost.
I'll fucking do it. Crossbow. Aim true.
An 11 and a 16. Does it counteract a 0 and a 17? Roche, give me a D2.
If it matters, since I am the one holding Alexander, I am entirely willing to try and shield his body, but, you know.
Yeah. I understand.
On Lizard.
Not fairy lizard pog.
To confirm,
Wait a minute.
by the way,
Sorry.
I assume, Moomin, that you don't have a reroll set up right now, right? You're not in
No.
that form? I just wanted to make sure.
I will also, because I remembered it again, the comp. The once per combat thing. Hopefully.
Give me a roll then.
It makes the attack have disadvantage, is what I think it does.
Yeah. If you want to see a roll, I can do it. It just,
I'd like to.
Alright. Okay.
Then I will roll disadvantage.
It does slightly lower his effectiveness.
You went from
Alexander,
17 to
however,
14.
Is, I think, a bit too close.
It does let me move from 1-2, but I don't know. I'm just, like, trying everything here. I'm throwing everything at you.
I understand. But I don't think that changes the fact that Ostavier brings Gemini down onto Alexander. And in a horrifying show of efficiency and the fact that he's damn well willing to still do his job. Alexander is bisected straight down the center. The world, for everyone, goes stock still for a split second. There's only the sound of ticking as Alexander hits the floor. The only solace you have in this moment is that he was unconscious while it happened.
I'm going to rip your heart out. I'm going to tear that mask off your face, and I'm going to pry out your fucking eyeballs. Wendro, face shadowed, as he, is angry as can be, stares up at this man with nothing but fury that no one has ever seen from him before.
Very well. Ostavier seems to accept this. We continue. Again.
So, to confirm before that, does it have to be on Windsor's turn as the owner of Savoir-Faire to summon Calestis? How does that work?
No, you can just... And anyone can call him in, basically.
Yeah, no, it's Cersei's just gonna yell out for Calestis to confirm in that case. You know.
In that case, we get to do something very exciting. You see, when the shopkeepers are summoned, they have their own music. And I think that it fits better for this situation anyway. Upon the panicked yell, suddenly, as though waiting for this moment is the wrong term, but as though ready. The entire arena is shrouded along the walls, the ceiling, the floors, in a fine black mist. Ostavier is distracted for a moment before the mist comes alive and stabs 3 massive spires through his shoulder as he cries out. It takes a moment for people to even register where Calestis is. However, as Callie is continued to get torn to shreds, he just manifests next to and knocks the poor girl out. Calestis is not happy in this moment. The panic in Ensue's voice was pretty fucking evident. Calestis takes a few moments to, process the situation. No mercy, right?
And Sosu is just covered in blood and fucking panicking. She does not have a proper response for him. Don't know if anyone else does.
Wenbro doesn't have words. He's just going to kill him.
Very
None.
well. Calestis from the Black Fog summons a scythe, which, after a few moments, spectral purple strings connect to the blade and the hilt, as though a harp. I will assist. Calestis is here for 2 rounds, everybody. 13 and 2. So, where were we? And so, sister?
It was Gen's turn, and
It's
you said he had
Gen's
a
turn.
theme for this
Right.
combat? Oh, did you put in the DMs? I didn't even realize. I didn't think to check. Let me go grab that.
Yes. Forgot to upload it, but that is more than fine. Let's get to it. Again, you're up.
So if I understand the current state of affairs, we need to find a way to make the clock basically indicate 12 so that we can hurt him.
Yeah.
Current
Yes.
state of
Hey,
things.
let's-
Oh
somehow
shit!
managed
Wait,
to
no,
hurt him.
wait a moment. Calestis can handle that easy. A gesture, the fog manifests as 2 clock hands. He's vulnerable.
Okay, cool.
A false
does-
blood reaper, Hostavier comments.
I admit that does kind of change my plans entirely, and I'm not gonna need a second to figure things out.
I apologize. Should have mentioned that earlier.
Out of character.
It's on.
Damn, dude, that's a fucking sick-ass title.
Well, yeah, just nothing particularly fancy to do right now. We're just gonna.
Remember the cool bone sword I gave you? Hush you.
Not even acknowledging him right now. Just
Very well. Yeah, no. To be fully honest, you ripped through him. So, 4 damage?
it would be in total. My brain is dying now. 14.
Very well.
Does that include
14
your
damage is dealt.
1.5 multiplier?
True.
Oh, right, with the 1.5, yeah, no, so it would be
21?
21.
21 damage. Done and dusted. As you just tear right into him. Wendro.
So, Wendro is holding what was the thing Eldon gave him again? It was an orb, a phylactery little thing that has, desire to be alive, love of life.
So as long as it's as long as on your person,
is it?
you gain the effect of 2 extra actions for this round.
So, what it is, as you said, a sort of orb manifesting one's, things given by God, as it were.
Alright, that's really cool. Scarlet?
Yeah?
I'm going to make this into a super summon.
Oh.
Fuck. Alright then. I don't think that I need to tell you explicitly that it's not going to have 2 actions and it's not going to give you 2 actions, but I
Listen.
understand nonetheless.
That's fine.
What do you make then?
I'm just gonna bring it to life. I'm just gonna use my first main action to do the thing. I'm gonna have the advantage on this. I'm gonna use my super subject thing, so, you know.
Mm-hmm.
19. Pretty good. Let's see if we get a 20.
I see.
No, it's a 19. So Wendro plunges his hand into it, forces his soul in, creates a super summon out of it as it slowly constructs, you know, a thing for itself. I'm gonna get to that later, as I just spend the 3 max stamina required. Wendro himself, as he's holding onto it, I'm gonna say he spends 3 for that.
Very well.
He's gonna, with the countenance of a beast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Run up the clock, and I'm not gonna fucking lie to you. Wendro takes a ticket out of his back pocket as he, as I'm going to show you this thing I got from, you know, critting on a basic attack last session.
Very well.
And he is going to
dear.
summon a train to bisect him.
Alright. Give me a roll then. Here's the thing. Rolls from you, after what Ostavier just did, are not going to fail. It's just a matter of how effective they're going to be.
Tea Time is fully willing to sacrifice his action and everything to give Wendro, like, a boost / advantage, if that's fine by you.
Sure.
Alright.
Give him another roll.
Well,
Very well. It takes a moment. The sound of a train rings through the arena. Ostavier barely has time to react. This is more for flavor. Yeah, as the train slams into his side, careens through the battlefield.
Oh.
One moment.
Hey, Scarlet.
What's up?
Whatever damage this does, which Penny tells me it's usually 15 to 45 depending on whatever, 1.5 times it, because my health is below that threshold.
Yeah. Here's the thing. The gears in the back start to get torn to shreds and fall to pieces as the train just goes through this place with no particular mercy or otherwise. So, Ballast, you mentioned that if the clock is destroyed at 12... Speaking of things that are bisected, the metal hits the ground with a massive clang, and whilst the top half is held, the clock is functionally demolished. The arena is in ruins. But let me just check a thing. Very well. 67 damage.
And finally, Wendro takes his flail into his hands, and he just screams out, "Off with his head!"
Off with his head. 10 damage, multiplied by 1.5, yes?
Yep.
At this point, Ostavier would try and turn the clock again. This is not a mercy that he has right now. So, he will just take it. He will just...
Wendro's body shimmers with fucking absolute rage and just the energy of his soul.
Caelestis' scythe harp hybrid is just gently humming a somber tone Whether or not it's conscious or not is a different question, but nonetheless, coming off of feeling the rage that Wendro is in this moment, Caelestis summons forth the head of a hound akin to Cerberus with the Black Mist to try and bite down on Ostavia. And it does. It's not the most effective, but it still cuts into him nonetheless. Ostavia, for his worth, just growls again as this happens. He will be holding another action. Ostavia is more focused on the, as he said, false-blooded Reaper than the one who is any number of things, really. But nonetheless, he spins the scythe and is going to try and attack Caelestis again. Let's do... Alright, Ostavia's strike lands fairly true as, well, Caelestis is just sliced along the collarbone and shoulder. He inhales, but stays very stalwart. So, as mentioned, he seems to focus, pluck along the scythe harp, and just start putting his heart and soul into a song. And Sosu, continue.
Alright. So what I am going to do is take the clone's action first, as it's going to, quite simply just use its main and move action to charge up and use the enhanced form of the sword basic attack, which I unlocked a little bit ago. I have not, as I mentioned, I was not making backgrounds for it, so I'm just going to post it for you. Effectively, it just... let me grab the ruler tool. Come on, Roll20. Cone... 120. It effectively just fucking releases a much sharper slash in this zone through him. It was what it is attempting to do.
Okay.
Bip, bip, bip. And it would trigger multicast, but considering this is a main and move action effect, I assume that the multicast actions would just be the regular slashes as opposed to the enhanced slash. So I'll roll that just in case. Which it does matter!
Oh my god.
So that is a
Absolutely
9 damage
beautiful.
slash, then a 6 damage slash, and then a 6 damage slash.
Multiplied or no?
Because this is a summon, so no.
Alright.
Specifically, Roche, the multicast trigger I have is whenever I take a main action, and this is a main and move action effect, so no. And then it's going to, because it used its basic attack, it isn't going to fucking shoot him.
Very well. He takes the damage associated.
Alright, so that's all the clone can do. And Sosu, however, is a lot less in mood for playing around. So she's going to spend her 2 key points on increased movement and damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to dash to over here. And going to fucking roundhouse kick him in the fucking face. Where is that one? Where the fuck are you? There you are. Come on, yes. Advantage, yes. Now, the first one was a D22. I forgot to make the advantage roll to have the D22, so I'll roll that. Give me a second. D22 minus 1. Alright, so it's just a 12, but this would be doing, it would be 4 plus 4, so 8 times 2.5, yeah, let me just do, let's just have Roll20 do the math for me, why don't we? Times 1.5 times 2.5. There we go.
30, which he takes. Ostavier is remarkably close to, well, at this point, he is a beaten and bloody mess, but he's not dead.
And
that's
Roche is correct. I will now see if he gets kicked again. No, not yet.
Give me another roll.
Okay.
Calestis' Symphony makes it so that if a roll would fail, it rolls again once.
No.
Very well.
And that is, yeah, no, I don't have anything else, so that would be my turn.
The music in this moment is diegetic as they just continue to gently strum along, gently play as though it is a violin as much as a harp, and then, with a rough gesture, just commands the Black Mist to do as they request yet again. 3 additional spikes. At that, Ostavier, the area as a whole, whether it be because of Alucard's Epithet's influence or otherwise, his own, suddenly, the entire area that you're in, the gravity stops pulling downward and starts pulling to the background, as it were, to the gears, as Ostavier hits the large golden one behind him. They take a moment to get their bearings, but nonetheless, Gemini is still with them. Ostavier is not looking good. I apologize, but I have someone who I love in my own way, whom I've sworn to protect. Strike me down, else you may never see him again. Eldon, do as you will.
Alright. Damn it. Okay. Well, first of all, this goes up 1. How to get the fuck up there?
You can move a bit forward on the phase change if you want. I'll let you get here-ish.
Okay.
Maybe not close enough, but I thought I'd throw you a bone there.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, first, just the movement action. 5. How far away are things? Oh, he's only 6 spaces away. Interesting. In that case... Alright. I am going to I'm gonna excuse it with Ostavier. And since his scythe is too big, it will not be transferred with him if this works.
Mm-hmm.
It does not work.
You do get your reroll,
Apologize.
right? Or is it only on main actions? The Colossus thing.
Right. Yeah, that would go. That would go. Feel free.
Alright.
No. Oh well.
I apologize.
Rip. Alright. That case... Well... Sorry, I'm just looking... Yeah, he is definitively 6 spaces away. I'm gonna... Not sure if there is much I can do from here. Yeah, kind of just not really. I guess I will just shoot him and jump in the air to deal an extra +3.
That would hit right on the money. Ostavier stumbles backwards slightly. So, after a moment, they just grit their teeth. And on the passing of Eldon's turn, with a particular bloodlust, they just jump forward and try and attack Ensue. His attacks are clumsy, but accurate nonetheless.
Alright. Give me a second. Let's see. I'm just switching my icon up for something less silly. As she's going to just basically, instinctively just going to be raising her arm, but the clone's like, no, you gotta actually protect yourself, dipshit. Is going to put a Kaiser block in the way.
Mm-hmm. I'll allow it. As it just glances off the Kaizo block. Again.
Amber?
Samber?
I'm here. I'm just, you know.
Gin has had enough. He
another
chooses to roll.
Just in case.
Give me what?
Another 2
rerolls
rolls
from
just in
Callistus.
Alright. I'll say that's an 8 and 11. It hits right on the money.
And with that, again, it's going unconscious. So that would be, the total for that would be, the first hit would be, because of the 1.5, 12, and then 6 from the second one. So, 18 total.
Well, he takes it, but he's still up just barely. Ostavier
They would probably fall.
desperately makes another swing.
There's no fall on here. This is the ground now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, no, the gravity's shifted.
Okay.
Ensue again.
Yep. Well, as we say, in the business, Kaizo block is a twice per round. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, wait, no, I get a reroll. Thank God.
Very luckily. Double digits.
Yo!
There we go.
Yo!
As the scythe, he puts so much effort into the swing that it just right on the edge before it falls. Ostavier just turns back to Ensue. Wendro.
I'm not done with you yet! Wendro's going to run up, and his hand still is wreathed with the energies of the fucking summon he just made, not yet ready to form necessarily, as it, runs up along his arm. Just sort of with colors of like, oh yeah, the joy of living and all of that sort of stuff. Wendro's not feeling very joyful, and this isn't a time to celebrate. Wendro's going to run up. He is going to take the chompers, make a swing to bash his mask off his head.
Right.
Actually, wait a minute. Could I have actually whipclawed to him from where I was? I could. Wendro, first of all, whipclaws over to him, wraps it around his neck, pulls himself over, then goes for it.
Wendro.
Sorry, go on.
Continue first.
I was just gonna say, because of Makara, he gets to swing again. I'm gonna cash in that Kalestis roll.
So, if I'm not mistaken, how much damage is it to a single target again?
It would be 6 bumped to 9, and then it would be 3 up to 5.
Okay. So, and that's counting all of the
1.5 times, yes.
Is that including the crit on the first attack or no?
That doesn't do extra damage.
Okay.
Right,
I do get a Wanderlands effect though. But as Wendro steals the fucking life from this guy, and I'm just gonna roll for the fucking Wanderlands thing real quick, but other than that, right? Actually, you were doing narration of what happened with him.
Continue.
Oh yeah. Wendro then is just going to go for another swing with the fucking chompers, just trying to bash his fucking brains in.
Kalestis.
A 9.
How do you kill him, Wendro?
Wendro takes the chompers and with the first swing knocks his mask clean off his face, sends him reeling back as Wendro, goes forward again, swings with the fucking thing, swings into him again because of the thing, swipes through his fucking chest like he's some fucking animal, and then he raises his hand, but I don't think this is poetic enough. And he's going to use Protect Your King to rip the blade off of his scythe, which was falling, and shove it right through his fucking chest. Kalestis.
No. I asked how do you kill him, and that is the answer. Hold the music for me.
As Wendro just stands there, beating this man, this Reaper, with his bare fucking hands after he's done with that.
Ostavier, in a moment of panic, tried to summon back the scythe. And the blade pierces through his chest that you summoned, and his own goes right through the only eye visible in that mask.
Animal! Hypocrite!
Ostavier is not alive to provide a counter-argument or even to speak. Much to your dismay, you can say the same about Alexander.
I'll reset this damn thing as many times as it takes to kill you over and over!
It's hard to tell how long it takes for Wendro to stop. It's hard to tell any number of things, really. But given enough time, the gravitational odd grip on all of you would fade. And not delicately, but nonetheless, you would all be returned to the floor. The red carpet barely concealing the catastrophe of sinew, blood, and black mist.
Well,
Nothing feels real for a moment.
Calestis, we have a new thing in the Periapt, I would assume, and from what he told us, we can fix Alexander.
Calestis touches down with no words. He just extends a hand to Wendro.
He, after a long period of time of Wendro literally dropping his weapon and just punching and punching and punching with his bare fists, he eventually stops. Not because it's not worth it to anymore, not because there's nothing left to punch, just because his arm is tired. And that's a good enough excuse as any. His hand stained in the blood of the Glitchling Reaper, he stares not at Calestis as he reaches into his pocket and takes the Periapt, holds it out to him, in the hand still wreathed in the energy from before.
Instantly, he would switch over.
Oh, damn, that's actually really sick.
The Periapt switches. But sadly, nothing happens as Calestis just quietly mumbles. It can only trigger on the moment of death, I'm afraid.
I see.
Though I get the sensation that you're going to end up doing this one again.
Where is the, fuck, what was the thing?
Alucard's phylactery.
Yeah.
I assume it's just somewhere in the fucking pile next to Windrow is the answer.
That answer is correct. It is...
Eldon would go up and grab it. Well, we can get to him now. And we can get him to reset.
I cannot explain further how just soaked in blood the phylactery is, but nonetheless, it is yours.
Eldon does not seem to hesitate in picking up the blood-soaked object.
Well, Unrelated to that, here's my class 2 stuff. Right.
Moto's not here.
No, don't. Caelestis, after a moment, summons forth a ball of energy and shatters it in his hand. Everyone pardoning the obvious. Heal for 10. I apologize. I wasn't fast enough. The black mist still surrounds the arena. It still dances gently along the floor. You're not sure if it's subconscious or otherwise the desire to not show Alexander's horrific wound.
Wendro stands, turns around, looks at Callie, takes the gun out of her hand. And where were you, huh? Knows she's unconscious, asking a useless question. What? Think you're better than us? Think you can't help us because you're on some fucking fucked up journey? Because you're a fuck up? Turns the gun to her. Stop. Pulls the trigger.
Eldon would definitely step in for that.
How so?
Yeah.
Just trying to stop him.
Actually, he would just swap places with the gun, or attempt to at least. Do you want me to roll, or?
Please give me a roll, yes. I am afraid that this twitch reaction is not fast enough. Caelestis' symphony halted the moment the fight ended. The bullet lands true. Callie may not be dead, but she's going to be unconscious for a lot longer now. I think it's for the best of all of you that you should get going and talk to the head of this place.
Yeah. Alright.
One thing before we move on, just Ken and Ellen are gonna walk up to here and fully, for the moment, move to the Phantom Plane to see if Alexander's spirit is still around.
It is weird. It isn't. It doesn't feel like it is here anymore in a way that's difficult to explain. As though the moment they passed, the epithet stole it in some way. Be it to be reincarnated next run or otherwise.
Of course the epithet would get in the way. Alright then. And they would simply swap back, silently move on with the route.
Wendro just full of rage, just holding the gun still pointed at Callie. Clearly more than just minorly annoyed that it was like, oh, you know, my tough-ass attitude. I'm just trying to save everyone here. Why didn't you? Wendro seriously contemplates pulling the trigger again. But just pockets the gun.
Yeah, so as she moves on
Takes her.
ahead and sees that Wendro was taking a bit, Committing homicide doesn't make you a bigger man. She just keeps going down the hall.
What, she'll be back anyway? Doesn't matter.
It's not a good excuse.
Wendro pauses, looks at Alexander, kneels down, takes his hand. I'll be back for you, my sweet. I'll be back. I promise. Wait for me. He cries a bit before standing up.
Caelestis does not follow. The walk back is empty in a way that's difficult to explain. Not only because you're just missing someone, but because, well, everything. This would be the next place that anyone has a cognizant thought other than get out of there and wake up from this nightmare. The only company you have is the sound of wind, the gentle glow of the streetlights, whatever lies below you in this horrible monochrome hellscape. You get across after a bit.
Does anyone want me to give a hug or something? Tea Time asks, uncharacteristically not tsundere for the moment, but is met with silence. Most likely.
The cold wind is gently brushed away as you close the door. And you continue. The phylactery pulls towards the bottom painting, the masterpiece, is the adherent.
Yeah, no. Ensue was just going to say, obviously there's the one that it's obviously meant for. Do we want to see if it has any special effect on the other ones before we go into it? Considering?
Wendro hops over the gap, not even dignifying that with a response.
I don't know if this is the time for experimenting.
I feel like if we were going to be doing things like this, it's best to get the knowledge before we have to do another reset. Knowledge.
Well, it's not pulling towards any of them anyways.
It's pulling towards all of them minorly, but this one is the
Oh.
obvious one.
Retract that statement.
Wendro, I imagine that no matter the answer, you enter.
He puts his hand to it, pushes on in. Or even if the fucking adherent shows up right now, do you want to know what the adherent's going to get? A fat fistful of go fuck yourself.
The adherent, you can't even see them, and you're not sure if it's they know what's going on, they know not to bother you, or what. I imagine that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright.
You gently touch the painting, and then all of a sudden, it feels like everything melts into a blob of, well, fittingly enough, paint as your vision starts to go dim. So, thusly. James, to make sure, are you here?
Yeah.
Wonderful. All good things must come to an end. You know this. But then again, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. Where do you even start? The Justicars starting today are no longer a thing. You remember so vividly getting the news about your boss's death, and you'd complain about how unfair it was if you didn't know far better. The last will was a whole 6 sentences long. Quote, "If I died, that means I fucked up. I'd give you more advice, but if I died this quick after joining 00, I guess I really fucked up bad, huh? If you want my last wish, have it be this. All you get my money equally split. Be smarter than me." So, over her will, you all picked a last day to meet up at the old countryside bar you used to frequent as your headquarters, and promised to give the Red Catch a last go-around before you put this chapter behind you. All of you. You are late. For a lot of reasons. Ignoring the variety of issues. To pick a couple out, your head is killing you. Your stomach feels like it'll turn inside out, like you ate something that's going to just slaughter you in a matter of hours, but still, somehow, that isn't the thing that concerns you the most. You can't remember your name. So, Ballast, what do you do?
So I can't remember my name, but do I remember why I am here, effectively, in that case, you would say?
As mentioned, this is the end of the Justicars,
Yeah.
so you felt obligated to at least show up,
Mm-hmm.
no matter how brief you want your visit to be, with how bad you're currently doing, physically.
It's, taking a couple steps forward, just surveying the surroundings. Obviously I could see their name, but do I know that this instinctively is named Posey, or?
Yes. Posy's always the one who's watering the flowers outside the place. She often complained about how no one else quite gives a care about the beauty of this place like her. You know her face, mostly. It's all blurring together a bit right now, but you know this is Posy.
In that case, just kind of leans over, nods to them, takes in a deep breath of whatever word you would want for the flowers, just to center themselves a bit before grimly nodding and deciding to just head on in.
For better or worse, as you touch the door handle. Don't think that you can get out of a conversation with me right now. The sound that leaves her mouth is akin to horrible sounds of TV static. We were all wondering when you'd show up. You take a step back. You're in this for the long haul, you guess. Fashionably late as usual, right? Yeah, you never changed. Not that the boss minded, you know? I think it was a nice counterbalance having someone who didn't care that much versus someone who insisted. You get me? You weren't the one getting chewed out every time it happened, in fairness. Guess so. What's your next plan, if I may? How so? Well, after today, the Justicars are through, so... If you're wondering about me, I'm not sure. Probably just get a job at a florist or something. How do you respond?
Well, I'm not particularly sure, but I've been thinking about painting.
Really? You never struck me as that kind of guy. Well, as you damn well know, I have an ex who's really into art. Kind of rubbed off on me, I guess. Guess so, lady killer extraordinaire. Thoughts too occupied with them to move forward. You know damn well that's not the case. They were just good at art is all. Makes me jealous slightly. She was able to take her thoughts, put it to canvas, and walk away like it never happened. It was kind of hilarious, and sometimes I think that I need that too. Well, feel free to come by to whatever place I end up. They speak the static again. I think you need to put some flowers on some graves yourself. I'll see. You respond. James? To you.
Alright. Let's see. Well, we've already talked to this boy, so I assume in that case, if we're not going to be held up, we'll go on inside to see who all's waiting for us.
You aren't held up this time. You enter too. Everyone minding their own business for the most part. The
Alright.
man at the bar gently waves at you, though that seems to be the most interaction that you get as of current. Everyone's doing their own thing, so it's understandable, but nonetheless.
Yo, a whip claw point. In that case... There's like 2 people that seem to have names around here, so let's go to the one that...
Feel free to talk to any of them, though.
Yeah. Let's go to the one who's on their own. You know.
The newspaper details goings-on of Daybreak Bay. Mentions of one Kavaya Vanderbilt are highlighted and circled. But nonetheless, as you approach, the woman perks up, sits along a small glass of what appears to be whiskey gently being swished in her hands, and she watches the way it stirs. You decide to sit down along with her.
Mm-hmm.
To which she seems to notice. She laughs, but again, the next word is static. He was wondering when you were showing up. Glad to hear that, I guess. Posey said something similar. Didn't Amber say you should drop the alcohol? Oh, I did make no mistake, but I don't know. I dropped it since I had Charlie, but tonight, I think I need something to remind me of better days. And if you insist. How do you continue the conversation?
How are the kids?
Well, kid for now. But he's about as good as a 2-year-old can be doing. No, you don't. I don't talk about much of my family biz since I'm on jobs a lot and the like. But that's just because I don't want anyone to be in danger, you know. But he's a real smart kid. Even no matter how young he may be. I love him as a parent would, you know. And, well, you know, Hub's been, taking care of him well. You know, he always gets concerned whenever I come home late. Always scared, hugs me real tight. Says in quivering words, "I thought you died, Mira," and I keep telling him it's okay, that I ain't gonna, but poor sweetheart can never quite believe it. I can't stay in this business anymore. That doesn't pay enough to worry my husband sick every night, sugar. You decide to, at least for now, leave her to her own devices as you stand up. Moomin.
Alright. Well, we are in a bar, so I guess we'll go up to the counter.
Of course.
If you could give me a second, my Firefox is having a fucking stroke.
Mm-hmm. Take your time.
Come on, computer. Let me. All right, continue. Sorry.
More than fun. You sit down at the bar and Barrister notices you, chuckles. There he is. As I told Posey, fashionably late. Sounds like you. Doing alright, Barry? He shrugs. Feel him taking it the best, though, he lowers his voice to a whisper and points to the only other person at the bar right now. Laura's in a pretty sour mood. But, well, I knew her the least of all of you. I was just the guy who, poured you a nice drink after a job well done, you know? Still part of the family, Barrister. But more a cousin than a mother. Now, I imagine you didn't just come here to talk to me. Want something to drink? How do you respond?
It's been a while. Cherry vodka?
It's been a while. It's been what, a week? Time goes slow, I guess. Should have guessed nonetheless. Listen, I wasn't intending to at the start, but, you know, if Amber were here, then she'd want you to take a nice big drink, lose your worries for a bit. Unless you're Mirabelle, I guess. Unless you're Mirabelle. He takes from the top shelf a vodka dyed red. It's on the house tonight. Ask if you want anything more, okay? Not tonight, I just wanted to talk, as it were. Well, he pours the drink and hands it over. It's yours. The drink now, or what have you. Rush.
Yeah. So, the one at the end of the bar, they're also a friend of ours, or?
Yeah, Laura's the newest of the group, but she's also been taking Amber's death the worst.
They look longingly at the painting in the background, but figure it's more socially acceptable to check on the new one. It was likely not easy to be introduced to a new group and then have it so suddenly destroy itself. He takes a seat with his drink next and says, "How you holding up?"
The girl looks to you like you'd want to know. Please, Laura, I know that things aren't going good right now, but what? It always goes on to a but. And what did you even fucking call me? I'm sorry? Laura! Fucking stupid fucking name, asshole! I'm not important enough to have a name, alright? There's a moment where you process that.
What?
What? They look to you. You haven't said a thing. You've just been looking at your drink for the past 5 minutes, I assume trying to think of something to say. But frankly, I think that I just want to be hurt in the corner for a little bit. Alright? Go fuck yourself. The sound of static pours from her mouth again. Hurts your head a bit.
Fine. Stands up. I'll leave you to your thoughts, then.
First good idea you had all week. Now it's important that I say, Sam. Go ahead.
I think at this point, mostly finished making the rounds, would come over here and take a seat with this group. Mind dealing me in?
As you sit down, Michael is the one that you know the best, but, the other two are Rick and, it's a nickname, but the other goes by Stick nonetheless. So, for clarity. As you sit down, you kind of remember their names, but they're a bit distant. Michael currently has 1 card left. You, clear your throat a bit. How's it going, if I may? Kind of a stupid question. Either not the best if you mean generally, and I've been kicking ass if you mean the Uno game. To which he holds up the singular card triumphantly. How do you respond?
You're supposed to say Uno, the one left.
Yeah, no shit. This game's been good. I want it to go on longer. Speaking of, he draws another card. Do you know how rare it is to have a good, tense game of Uno? Why do you play it again? There's nothing else quite like it, and I'm ungodly lucky with it in particular. What's the plan now, if I may so inquire? What's the plan now? I was hoping nobody would ask so I can keep that to myself, because if I said what's next, none of you would be happy. This is my own damn life. I'll live it however More crime then, I assume. Dad was a mob boss. Mom took over after Dad died. Was assassinated, more like. I didn't want her to die too, so I stepped in his muscle. Wasn't great at my job, then she died too. I was born in the dark, and I know I'm not getting out. I wonder what my mom and dad would say now if they begged me to leave or scold me till the cows came home. More assassination jobs and protection duty for shitty people. That's my future Alucard, and you're lucky if you can even think about doing something else. You blink a moment.
What'd you call me?
Your name! The static pours again. If you don't have anything else to say, then don't say it. You can get in next game if you want, I guess. Do you choose to?
Yes, I think so.
The game, Michael lets it go on for another 2 or so rounds before you're dealt in. Rick and Stick mostly talk to themselves and Michael is quiet. Would you try and strike up another conversation or no?
I think so.
What would you say then?
Well, Michael's told me his plans. What about you two?
Rick sighs a little bit, looking at his hand. He doesn't have much of a poker face. Well, ain't that the question? Ultimately, I was just following Mikey around, little piece of, X-gang something. But, well, I'm just gonna go wherever Stick goes, I guess. Stick, continues. I think that I'm just gonna go wherever Rick ends up. Rick continues. If you so insist, I guess. But, I don't know where I'm going. Maybe out of the frickin' town? Yeah, fair enough. This place is full of super-powered freak shows, and we're just 2 guys, so I think that we're not gonna be in the gang business again. That much is for sure. The game goes on for a short while before you think you make a few small misplays. Again, your head's just killing you, but after that conversation you are reminded that part of you just wants to leave. Part of you just wants to get the cursory hellos out of the way and go. You stand up. Ballast, you're back.
Alright. Hopefully roll 20 stops freezing again. That'll be good.
Come
on. Come on, computer. I have no idea why it's choosing now of all times to fucking act up.
It's okay. If you want, I can, well, you're the streamer, but...
Yeah, that's the...
Is there somewhere you want to go? You can at least prepare that.
Is there anything playing on the record player currently, out of curiosity?
Just sort of delicate classical music. It's kind of quiet, though, and cigarette butts, mostly from Michael, litter the table. This is a fairly common occurrence.
Alright.
Not many people clean up, really.
Alright, and I am back, so I'm good. In that case... he is going to walk over and just briefly ask a barrister if anyone was using the painting, or what's all that about.
Well, I guess that there's the obvious answer. He is referring to your ex. You've said multiple times now that you're over each other. It's fine. Her name's Liz, but he continues. She's moved on to the kitchen, though. Wants to provide company, I think, to, what was his name again? The chef, you know?
Right.
Len, yes.
In which case, not going too close, because doesn't want to imply anything, even though he's not, even though he's over, just don't want to be like, oh, there goes again,
Mm-hmm.
he's going to look at it from afar.
There isn't actually a painting on the canvas right now. If you wanted to, you could give it a try.
Which case, yeah, I think so.
Okay. In that case, what do you want to paint about?
Alright. I think in a time of grief, it should be important to paint about the feelings that one is going through.
Mm-hmm. You're not the best when it comes to artistic skill, so in that case, how do you paint it?
For something like this, I think I should just go with what I feel.
Of course. And you do so. You do what feels natural. Then your mind starts to wander a bit. Wanders to that night, more specifically. Its claws were just so sharp, and you're just so scared even now. You can feel it staring at you, and what little sleep you've gotten since that time. Do you want to continue painting?
About how far into the painting would you say that I've gotten?
One moment you're done, or one moment you've started, and the next it's halfway done.
I'm going to continue painting.
A part of you wants out desperately. It hurts so bad. Your head, your stomach, your body, your mind, your soul, everything about it feels like it's being torn asunder. You can barely remember their names. You can barely remember your name. Nothing feels right, and their faces all blurred together. What do you want to do?
Going to scream for help.
Let me ask again. What do you do?
I do what I must.
Your hand is shaking violently. You don't feel like you have the energy to. You want to keep living, so you try and tear the shotgun away from your chin. Release all this fear. Stopping is so close. What do you do in your final moments?
Apologize for everything that I've done and everyone that I've failed.
As you do so, it clicks. The sound is deafening. You never load your shells unless you're on a job. You tear it away. Painting is finished. And you do not want to look at it. With that, James.
Hi.
Hi.
Let's go see what's happening in the kitchen and not look at the painting we just made. How about?
You're not sure if you subconsciously painted it, but at the very least, it just reminds you of that thing, and you do not want to think about it. So, you entered the kitchen.
Alright. Let's...
Len is diligently cooking away, and Liz is just painting.
We're trying not to think about what just happened, so let's see how the cooking's going first.
Mm-hmm. He is going all out, as it were, just cooking up little vegetable dishes and such. You think Len is vegan, but you are not 100% sure. Even if they are, they've cooked up a little bit of meat for the more carnivorously minded of the group. Hello. Here to get a sneak preview on what's on the menu tonight? Well, partially, but this is a lot of food, you know? Well, yeah, but listen, all I'm saying is that I think that... How do I say this? I don't know. It's nice to cook. It's, something that calms me. And I know that you're looking at this thing like, hey, this is too much. It's what you're thinking. That's my vote, at least. But I know that Amber was the type to be like, chill out on the, only do what must be done. But listen, surely you can look the other way this once, right? What do you do? How do you respond?
Oh boy! Let's go for the top option then. I don't think Andrew would approve of this because I don't want to pierce into his neck.
Again, the words are caught in your throat and you just find yourself staring at them. You can just smell this wondrous flavor coming from him. He notices you staring for, you're not 100% sure how long, but nonetheless they turn around. Are you doing okay, bud?
Of course!
Everything in your body is screaming that you're so hungry. Everything. You take a step away, and all of it fades. You blink a few times to bring yourself back to the moment. And if you insist, you know, if you need something to drink, Barrister's always up and open. But me, I'll handle the food, okay? You nod. Part of you just doesn't want to think about that desire that went through you any further. Moomin.
Alright. Well, I guess to try and get my mind off that, I'll go talk with Liz.
Very well. She's painting, but it's just an avalanche of bright and confusing colors. So, what you painting? Nothing. Well, evidently that's not the case. She gestures to the canvas. Well, evidently it is. Static pierces through your head again. You put a hand to your forehead almost reflexively. God, you feel horrible. I think that you're misunderstanding, Liz. I'm asking about what you are currently painting. She sighs and rolls her eyes like this is something that she's explained 100 times. In fairness, maybe she did. There's a reason you both broke things off. Well, right now, static again. I'm painting with a purpose, but not a reason. I just want to get all my thoughts out onto paint. No matter how chaotic or messy, and from there, work something out. Haven't thought that far ahead, though. She looks down at your side, near your pant leg. Wait a moment. Do you still have Amber's old keepsake, the watch, right? You're not
It's
sure if
cool.
she's...
Shut up.
I wasn't saying it was bad, silly. Come on. If anything, I'm jealous. She never got anything quite like that for me. Can I see it, please? I just always love the way that it swishes around, you know? What was it, adventure in Europe or what have you? Souvenir she got? Do you do so?
Yeah. I hand it over.
The pocket watch is golden. She flips it open so you can both watch as it pops open and a small hourglass flips. Red sand going from the top to the bottom, gently. I always found it so interesting. Anyway, she pats you on the back and hands it back. Let me know if you want any painting lessons. I'm available. Sure thing. You respond almost subconsciously. Rush.
Yep.
Unless you would like to continue to converse with the people out here, you would continue to the back room.
Makes sense to me. They flit their eyes over at the pool table, though seeing that no one is playing at it, there's not much of a point to a one-player game of pool now, is there?
Back in the day when missions went well, you'd all celebrate with a game of pool, but it hasn't been used for a long while now, for a variety of reasons.
These old cigarette butts laying here. There would be something nostalgic about it if this wasn't such a sad day. Shrugs. Goes to the back room.
You can feel Michael's gaze, whether or not it's understanding or otherwise is difficult to say. One moment. I must get something for this. Very interesting. Here we are. So, you continue into this area. You know very well, the person who spends most of their time back here. Their name is Matt, but they go by Matryoshka, and they're not really one for conversation.
Well. No time to start now, huh? Goes and checks the other rooms.
You go over. You know the person the moment you enter this place. It's Mavis. Yeah, Mavis. He's looking half somberly at the headstone, which just reads Amber.
Not yet. I can't talk to him yet. Checks this one. At this point, he's going to have no one to converse with but Matryoshka.
But the moment you do, the moment you press your hand on the doorknob, this horrible, ungodly ringing in your ears just starts to play. You feel lightheaded. You take a step back almost instinctually. You feel just such a infernal dread. And it fades the moment you take a step away. I
Well,
will ask again, do you want to go in?
maybe talking to Mavis isn't so bad. Moves back.
Mavis, truth be told, wasn't really super close with Amber, but nonetheless. It's been a while, Wish we could have met in better circumstances, I guess. You've heard his name, but you haven't really talked.
Yep. Oh, sorry.
It's more than fine. Is she buried here? This is my land. I do whatever the hell I want. If I paid a few thousand for a coffin, she'd scold me and be like, could have eaten at an Emperor's McDonald's. Taking this well, that wasn't the closest with her, truth be told, and even then, it's mostly just shock. So fucking violent, her death. So needless. That's being a crook and daybreak will get you. And why are you still a crook? I'm not after today. You know damn well what I mean. Well, because I thought I was too small a fish to be given a shit about by anyone noteworthy, I guess. You fumigated 10 hornets' nests and just hoped that the massive, killer, man-eating hornets would just ignore you for a day or two? Yeah. Sorry. Never said I was a smart guy. Fair enough. You share a few moments of staring at the grave. Alucard, you alright? Fine. Yes, you respond almost instinctually, not really noticing the incongruity there. How do you continue the conversation?
The person I'm playing knows what she was like, right? They were close.
Yes, close-ish at least, but... well, you could always hear it from the stance of a brother.
What was she like?
You know her better than me. We weren't really on good terms, that being, our mom wasn't great. Found her kissing a girl at high school grad. Told me she just wanted to try it next day, and she wasn't sure about romance as a whole. Didn't matter, kicked out day of. Pack your bags and get the hell out, my mom said. Well, she didn't want to bag groceries, so she... It's your turn, sound of static. This is the part where you say what you know. Got into the hitman biz and learned her way around a sword fast. Didn't ever kill, just took money for beating some sense into people. Found me and my ex at a bar once, got drunk, we hit it off, offered to kill my dad, which to this day, I still don't know exactly why, and that's how the Justicars came about. From what little I know about her, it sounds like her. Again, it's just mostly shock. Give me another month and I'll be fine. Or, for that matter, maybe 8 times worse. Though, if I may, I was asking if you were doing okay, and it's clear you're not, bud. How so? I can take one look at you and see that you ain't doing great. Looks like you'll fall over any second. Come on, take a seat. He walks over. How do you respond?
Accept and talk.
Thanks, I guess. You go to sit down next to him. He takes out a flask. Cherry V, your favorite. At least that's what she used to say. I imagine it hasn't changed much. Cherries is a good way of taste. So, you take it almost instinctually. Simply from my knowing, do you take a drink? Do you take it in your hand even?
Takes the flask, looks at it, sip.
There we go. See? Can't be doing too terrible if you're still wanting to take a drink of that stuff, right? And so, you start to spill your guts as requested. Your mind travels back a while ago now. Well, I cope with things by going for walks and surrounding myself with nature, you know? There's always something that's relaxed me about the prospect of being where no one can hear you, where nothing can touch you. And so just one day I was wandering. You're wandering. Feel free to continue upwards. Do whatever.
I simply took my time looking at the foliage, hearing the sounds of the crickets in the night, trying to gather my thoughts.
And I live on the countryside, so it's a peaceful time, I'd say. Whilst wandering, I'd noticed things that looked like bear marks, and, well, shit, I thought to myself. Guess I should make my walk shorter than usual. I keep my shotgun on me just in case. Whatever happens. Be it someone tries to mug me or what have you. So, some bear popping up, it's gonna be fine. And so, I go for another while. What I think has to be a good 5 or so minutes. And then I just hear this dreadful, horrible, just, I guess, dripping sound. And my first response, first idea, was something along the lines of, well, maybe it's a river. And then something hits me. The scent of just fresh meat, blood-stained air, and I just couldn't move. I'm not even sure when it came up. I'm not even sure if it was a nightmare or reality or what, but there was just this thing eating what must have been an entire bear whole. Or a gazelle or something. And I just couldn't move. And then it turned around and it stared at me. Its eyes, were big and beady, and they just stared into my soul as though judging me, as though determining if I should go to hell or continue to stay on my path, and I was horrified. The beast, slowly, like a child, crawls towards you, its everything sharpened to a point. You think that a gentle breeze, if it touched your skin, could tear it asunder. What do you do? What did you try to do? What ultimately failed?
Run. He ran.
You tried.
He put every muscle into his body, focused on turning around and getting the fuck out of here. The fuck away as fast as humanly possible.
And the rest of that night is nothing to you. A void in what little memory you've been managing to keep a hold of this past while. Mavis gently puts a hand on your shoulder. You're not sure how much you actually said. It all just feels a bit mushed together. This semi-suspicion is confirmed when he comments, "I think you should go home and get some rest. Maybe do one quick conversation with everyone here, but it's evident that even thinking about whatever happened gives you a panic attack. You need to go home, I feel. I wish you the best, bud. Anyone who hit it off with Amber deserves only the best, I feel. No matter how odd their business may be. And keep the vodka on the house, right?"
Going home sounds like a good idea. Thank you, Mavis.
And you do want to, but there is one final person that you need to talk to, and you know that Yara would be very upset if you just vanished. You would have seen him if he were anywhere else, so...
There's only one more room. Doesn't say
Sam?
that aloud. Sorry.
It's more than fine. Sam, there is only one more room.
He would walk over, back inside, take a look at the door.
It doesn't give you that same sense of dread, just that one shock.
Think to himself, I've talked to people, I've been here enough, I can go home, and would move to leave. But then stop. Turn back to the door again.
Something about it
Fine.
feels too important, in a way you can't describe.
Slowly walk up to the door, as if trying to delay the inevitable as much as he can.
But you can only delay it for so long, right? Your
Give it a
hand
feeling.
gently touches the doorknob. And then, in the span of a moment, breathing heavily all the while, as you said, you've talked with people. you could go home, but this feels too important. He'd be so upset if he didn't talk. Ripping the band-aid off, you open the door. It's interesting, the music that fills your ears. In here is just the back room of the Red Catch, as it's called. And very excited Yera is just tapping away at a little game console. You know about these. He turns around with a smile. Hey, man of the hour! You'll never guess what I found at my mom's place, right? Fully functioning NES. Peachy, right? Couple of jamming NES games too, huh? He's the requisite gamer, both in race and hobby. He pats the spot next to him. You want to play? You do. Odd though it may be. I think you do.
Stand there frozen for what feels like an eternity before slowly, silently walking over.
Mhm. Yeah, you just walk over. You watch. And hey, you might as well spark up some conversation, right? You take a seat. You watch him play. He's pretty good at games like this. Just games in general, really. But, well, I have to start a conversation somehow, right?
Mind if I take a crack at it?
Sure thing, he says with a wide smile, handing you the controller. It clicks with you in a way that you can't quite describe. It's, you wouldn't say easy to comprehend, but it's intuitive, that's the right word. In fact, for a little bit, it feels like your headache doesn't exist and you can just keep going on. Yera continues. Man, if you weren't, if you got into this business, the video game business, that being, a bit earlier, I think that you could be a real professional when it comes to this stuff. I think.
You think so?
Of course I do. They respond with a smile. In fact, yeah, you remember this kind of game, right? In fact, you think you remember the fucking genre too, right? Right?
Yeah, you know.
Say it.
That's really funny, right?
As you say that word, it feels like everything makes sense. And then your soul feels like it's snapped in half. One moment you were just playing a game, and the next you are ruined. It feels like you're drowning and on fire, maybe both at the same time. You claw at your neck and fall to your knees. It feels so overwhelming. Those same 5 eyes feel like they're staring into you. Your epithet is awoken, and you're more scared than you've ever been in your life. It's like you just have a world to yourself, like you can mold it in your hands, but it's shifting and mutating too much, too fast, and the rules are being written before you can blink. But you focus. You look up. You look up to that same horrifying creature. You remember friends. You remember they had epithets. You choke out a few words looking at those eyes. You plead, crying, barely managing to speak. Please, I don't want to kill anyone. It extends a hand, and for a moment, you feel like it understands you. Like it understands everything you've gone through. It extends a hand, and while you were horrified before, it seems almost benign now. It takes a while to have that scene fade away. But it does. The feeling of what you just went through feels intertwined with everything that just happened. You felt like you were him. Simple as that. And only after you regain control of your own bodies, feel like you can say something, does that feeling fade. That feeling of being intertwined. And thusly, you're here.
Well, it's a bit more traumatic than my awakening, to say the least. Don't know about the two of you two, considering.
Wendro picks himself up.
You do so.
Mine was fine.
Again, doesn't respond. Ellen looks over. To be honest, I barely even knew I had an epithet. With how non-existent it was in my life. Aside from the obvious.
Yeah, that makes sense. You there, Algard?
The area continues. I just have not feel it yet. There you are.
Such
Is there
a
anything?
Sorry.
Is there anything out these windows that we can see?
The sky, still painted red.
Such a troubled soul.
The silence is a bit oppressive, but do what must be done, right? Wendro, if I may, how are you feeling in this moment?
He is, for lack of a better term, calmer, but not better. He had to go through that entire situation as Alucard, so that obviously overwrote whatever feelings he had in the moment. As of current, well, I mean, they're not blisteringly angry. They're not planning to shoot the next person they see. So, fine enough. Trademarked is probably the best way to describe what's going on with him.
Do we want to keep going up and looking for him, or do we want to see what are in these paintings as well?
Well, in this area are a variety of half-finished paintings, I feel. The most done that one is about a third of the way, maybe half if you want to be generous and really underestimate his painting ability.
Mm.
The phylactery does not pull to them.
Now that we're doing it this way, I now realize that I guess the quote-unquote intended method to get Gustavier's last chapter, as it were.
So, I imagine that you just continue.
Alright, Alucard, you big fucking nerd, reset time and bring my boyfriend back. He doesn't say that. That's out of character.
Yeah, that's me.
I assumed.
It's explicitly in character forever now. You cannot take it back.
Yes, here we are. It goes up for a bit longer. Not too long, but a bit longer.
Does anyone want me to do anything for them? Strike up a conversation, maybe?
Well, I don't know if there's much you can do for this situation right now.
Quietly pauses, nods to that.
Very well. You're not stupid. You know what this stairwell holds, and I imagine that you keep on going, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in another timeline we would activate the stop and wait and look at things method, but not this one.
So you keep going.
Really just sits at the top of this tower all day.
After noticing you, Alucard perks up slightly. Oh, hello. He does not have that status on him. Come on, roll 20. I got rid of that 5 years ago. He gently watches the moon hanging in the sky.
Greetings. This is the first time we've met.
But not the first time the rest of us have met. Hello, by the way. Sorry, Alucard. You are? I'd say that, but I know your name. But like, I want to hear it anyway.
Ensue.
Tea time just sort of.
Oh, that makes more sense to talk to the Blizzard, right?
Just sort of like pshaws a little bit.
My name is Viscount Tea Time. I am advisor to the Sovereign. And I'm their shadow. Hello.
They wave a little bit.
Well, Alucard huffs quietly. So, I can get a general vibe of how everyone is doing, both mentally and like what happened and all of that. So, I think that there's something a bit pressing going on here.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to waste your time. I can reset you, as though you died to me.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
I assume not, but considering we've completed savoir-faire, do you feel like anything has changed internally to confirm before that?
No, not really.
Just wanted to make sure.
So, does anyone have anything they want to say, or should we just cut to the chase?
Eldon just looks back to Wendro. Ready?
Wendro pauses, takes a moment, thinks, very visibly has a crisis of something to say before letting out a deep sigh. How do we make that not happen again in the future?
I'm sorry. Well, one of the ways is I imagine that you have a funny little shopkeeper. Maybe they can do funny little shopkeeper things. Ostavier, however, is a bit of a hard ass. He's very protective of me.
Yeah, that's fair. Blue-haired piece of shit didn't make it much easier.
No, I'm sorry about her, but,
Stop
odd though it may be.
apologizing. It's not your control.
She's, impossible to save. And, I mean, you say that, but, well, it's semi in my control. But nonetheless, is that all?
Obviously, we just went through the painting. How much of that do you remember yourself, and or at least before we went through it?
Okay, so I don't know what the painting is, but I've pieced together a couple of things, right? Where it's like, oh, this is the thing where, like, even fucking Christ, sorry. Where it's like, oh wow, view into your brain, because a couple of people have come here previously, blah blah blah. And they explain that, oh, we saw a little bit of your memory, and I imagine it's the memory of stuff before I awakened to my epithet, and I think I talked to everyone there, but it's a little bit, like, wishy-washy, you know? So, sorry, I guess.
No, I mean, it's not your fault. I just wanted to see what you knew of it, considering it is in there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if it matters to you, but from what we could tell, You used to be... I'm not sure if...
Oh, no, you misunderstand. It's a little bit foggy, but frankly, I don't really want to think about it anyway.
Fair enough.
Especially because I have wronged you. So, shall we cut to the chase?
My question is, I assume, just to confirm, considering it wasn't really fully important last time, if we choose to leave, I assume that means Alexander would be stuck, so we would have to just choose to reset and then come back to you to ask to leave to confirm, yes?
Okay, weird thing. Resetting, if I let you go, then I'm sure that he at least wouldn't come with you. I think, at least. And I'm not wanting to experiment or try, because the other option is no.
I just wasn't sure if you were fully... I wanted to make sure what the situation with that was.
I'll think on it, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I'll just let you know, even though there's this minor setback, the intent is still the same. We at least want to find a way to help you get out of your situation, so to speak, so that this stops happening.
I appreciate it, but it well and truly isn't necessary. I have put you all through enough grief as is.
Call it a personal vendetta, then.
My own 2
Very well.
cents is that your epithet knows that we are going to succeed, / you are going to succeed, which is why it is afraid.
Noted.
On that note, I have nothing else of note that comes to mind.
Right. And, Callie can't be spared, by the by. Every time someone tries, when she goes to the bridge, she, demands the phylactery, and she either dies to me, or... well... I offer her something. It's a thing that I can't control. I offer her power, and I'm like, this way you can kill me, or at least get out, do away with what's in the way, that being you guys, from having her kill me. And she always takes it, and it never works. And if it does, then the situation resets anyway. Yeah. So just please don't let her do that. Because every time I'm like, this is going to kill you, I'll kill you if you shake my hand and accept my power, and she never, ever doesn't do it. That's a little request from me to you, but it's not a necessity. Anyway, sorry I've distracted you for long enough. Shall we?
Roche beer beat, but thumbs up from me at least.
Roche asked for you guys to wait, which makes sense considering...
Yes, but nonetheless, we can at least do one little thing. As everyone just nods, Alucard nods back and takes out the golden pocket watch at their side, presses the button, and a sanguine hourglass is manifested in the air, and the next thing you know, you're gone. Alucard sighs. Didn't say sorry. Meant to be sorry. Meant to say sorry. He dejectedly goes over. What was I even thinking with this fucking painting anyway? Throw it in the fucking trash for all I give a shit. God damn it. Why even paint? His contemplation at that question rather quickly fades to black. So, James, Alexander, bit of A, bit of B, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm returned.
To go through what you experience, it's odd in so many words. The sensation is akin to being stuck in just calmness, as it were. After you get knocked out with Ostavia, your next memory is as Alucard, as mentioned previously. And after Alucard awakens to his epithet, after what feels like you awaken to your epithet, things are black again for a little bit. You do not know how much time has passed. And the next notable memory you have is this. Everyone is brought back. Everyone is at full health. Everyone is okay.
If I may, briefly,
Yes?
Scarlet.
Mm-hmm.
One notable exception.
Very well.
At first, Ellen would not be back with the rest.
Very well.
Oh shit, did we lose the fight?
No.
What? Oh. Hi. Hey, you okay? Or she muted?
Sorry, fuck. God damn it. Fuck me. What a time to be muted.
That's okay.
Wendro literally, exclaimed, "Fluffy bunny!" and then jumped over, hugged him, picked him up with twunk strength, and just held him really tight. He is crying.
I take it went very bad then. Oh, okay.
You were
Hi.
cleaved in half
Oh god.
while I was holding you.
Oh,
It
I'll
was
never let that happen again. I'm sorry.
pretty brutal.
I'm sorry. Oh god.
Come on, don't apologize.
I didn't get out of the way in time. Shit. Fuck. Just holds Wendro back as well. Okay. So I
love you so much.
love you too. What did I miss aside from apparently
Did
that?
you experience the painting where we were Alucard?
Oh, okay, so that's what that was. Yeah, I kind of was just like,
In
there was
that
nothing, and then there
case,
was that,
you
and then there was nothing.
You missed nothing except we do now have the Azrael periapt, and that's all that really happened of note.
Okay.
However, there is another note, which is that, according to Alucard, the bridge back from Ostavier, Callie tries to fight us there over the periapt. Either we have to fight and kill her, or if either way, or if she doesn't die there, she then goes to try and fight Alucard and either dies or tries to accept power from him and then dies. And he would rather that not happen, as a note.
Oh, did she also die in the fight then?
No, but Wendro almost shot her in the head after. Well, she did get shot afterwards, but not fatally. He was contemplating it from how I could understand the situation, though.
You don't know if it was fatal, in fairness.
Hun, are you okay?
He pauses. I'm fine now that you were here.
Right. Oh, then I'm assuming we have to go back in there.
I got so angry, She kept talking so much about how she was doing this to save people, how it was, oh, I'm such a good, auspicious person who's out there to help everyone. Where was she with that?
I mean, I don't think it was all her fault. It's just bolstering, you know?
She should, I mean, I don't know. And all the times we fought her, she seemed more capable than that. He just sort of holds his arm around Alexander and moves along.
So
wait, we're missing someone, aren't we?
It's the ghost part. Again, it's Ellen. So I assume she's just inside the weird thing inside his epithet or whatever.
Yes, about that, with the reset, I would know if she was somehow actually missing. If she's not here, that means she got either went into or got otherwise pulled into my epithet. She'll be back there.
As an aside, again, I remember we sure still didn't use the rocket in that fight.
No, we didn't.
Even when I remembered to say we should probably use it.
On the note of stuff, though, in terms of the painting,
I
so
wonder...
I'm not 100%, but, like, it's pretty likely that the adherent is like a manifestation of the epithet's will or something.
Probably. That does make me wonder, though, considering the phylactery allows us to go into paintings, and the adherent is a living painting. Could we attempt to enter it, theoretically?
Maybe. The biggest thing, I'm thinking about is, like, there's the whole beast in Card's memory with 5 eyes. The adherent has 5 masks, you know.
Let me, Calestis. He's just sitting on the trunk of the car, kicking his legs. Jolly like you never see him before. Hello. Glad to see that everyone's alright.
Except for my
At
Firefox tab, at least.
at least physically.
Wendler has his arms, like, wrapped physically around Alexander.
You get internet on your epithet?
I mean...
What?
Oh, that was to... ensue.
Oh, okay.
I mean... When there's an Wi-Fi connection, yeah, I can't... I'm not like Miligrano, I can't... Or some other guy who could just, like, make Wi-Fi, though. All I have to do is emulate the browser. That's not really difficult. Software's easy.
By the way, I meant to ask, do any of you have a watch or something that can track time?
Multiple. Wendro rolls up his sleeve.
Man, he's just like Bull Horse, for real.
I was thinking for in the future, when he takes the hands off the clock, we could probably just slap another one on top of it, set to 12.
Oh, yeah, no, could you just set one of your watches to 12?
That would fuck with my timekeeping.
I feel like it, like, I've just set one of them to 12, and it would probably only work for you, but, like, that would still be pretty decent, I would assume.
I imagine it's more the area instead of a individual watch or person.
To be honest, my plan from the beginning was get rid of the hands and just kind of carve in the time 12 o'clock into the clock so that it can't be changed.
Yeah, I was thinking something like that too.
Smart.
See, now my brain is just focused on, we set it to 12, and then Kakyoin uses the Emerald Splash on the clock tower at 12 o'clock.
Alternatively, if it still considers it to be 12 o'clock, if we break the clock while it's 12 o'clock, we could use the, TAPS rocket launcher, break it once it's 12.
Yeah, probably is the best idea.
So, how are you doing? Okay, did you guys end up needing him in the combat in the end?
Yes. I
Okay.
screamed for him because you just got chopped in half while you were in my fucking arms. Of course I yelled out for help.
Oh, okay.
Hey, by the way, there wasn't a great moment to mention it for reasons that I imagine are obvious, but there was also another periapt. So let me just
Oh, that's nice.
Offers.
Songstone.
Huh.
Huh.
Oh no! Right. Right.
I wonder.
Eldon's entire kit.
I've just realized.
Everyone just stares at Eldon in fear.
Like you heard me put that together in real time.
Yeah.
So, as a question, right? Is this officially Ostavier's pendant, or was Asriel his?
This is Orpheus.
Oh, it's Orpheus. Got it. Cool. Great. Awesome. Wow.
You win.
Someone in chat, easy mode active.
That sounds great, Calestis. I feel like we
want
might.
The one that keeps
I was gonna say we might use that for a handful of them, but when we get to the Reaper again, we're turning on the Asriel one. I feel.
You know what? More than fair. I'll still be around too, so you can feel free to do as you will. Call my name, I'll be around.
Now,
They
as
give
a
wink.
question. Thank you.
What ability would I turn into a once per combat?
Does the Asriel periapt work on people other than us?
I guess I wouldn't think so, but if you want me to try something...
Ostavier said that if you fiddled with it, you could theoretically use it on one of them.
Well, that's cool and all, but in complete fairness, he was, he did call me a, False Blood Reaper?
I would assume, if anyone, the Reaper whose power is it that gives us the periapt of bringing back people from the dead has a pretty good grasp on what it would do in the hands of another Reaper.
Fair enough. He, thinks for a minute. Sure, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, as it were. Look at me go, hip with the kids. Do. He, after a bit of experimenting...
Pacifist. Oh. Only able to be unlocked for unknown.
For the record, this has the same stipulation as the Asriel periapt. If it is used, periapts are disabled for the rest of the run.
Okay. Alright. So let's not keep this one on right now, because on the first floor
On the first floor, we just need to worry about skeletons, right?
That's not on the first floor. That's the outside, Alexander.
It's fair. Technically, it's the first floor because there's no floor above it.
Well, either way, in the front yard, the skeletons, we can handle them. Go on in. Calestis, you probably would be able to slide in. We can change it there to something else. Then we handle the two. Go on.
It brings up the question that I was thinking, which is because it says it's once if we use it, then we can't use any more of them, is what it's saying, right? I was asking him if we kill someone and it brings them back, does that allow us to get their counting? So theoretically, if we kill Sundown with this, do we then still have Sundown's permission? Because if we want to go full pacifist, theoretically, this is our ticket to doing so.
1 second. Let me get something.
We would have to test that, though, because that's what he was saying.
Yeah, you know that wouldn't work.
And God, do I want to be done with this one?
This is an Alucard passive, if you'll recall. I think I revealed it.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying that it wouldn't work, is what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
It would not act as permission.
Alright. Thank you, Alucard, I guess. Well, alright, good to know. I guess we still have to fucking kill him. Whatever. As you might have realized, Alexander, I don't know if you felt this yet or not, but I did reach class 2 during that, after you died. One of the things that I can do now is I can kind of do cheat codes. I'm really scared to try them considering the situation, and I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. As an aside, I just wanted to put that out there for everyone to know, I guess.
That's cool. Could you stop prefacing everything you say with "before you died,
Listen,
you got bisected," and so on?
Pretending it didn't happen is something I don't want to not do, considering I was covered in his blood. You know?
I'm not saying pretend it didn't happen. I'm saying maybe one mention is fine.
I'll try, but I'm not really good at trying to think what I'm saying before I say it. So
it's fine. It's fine.
So, moving along, do we want to try the same thing with Callie again? I can try and actually talk to her this time.
I really don't see a difference in it either way, other than just the fact that we don't have to fight her. Like, I guess for the sake of ease, yeah, we could start with that, but like, I don't know if we need to go for the full bullshit, personally speaking.
There's a part of me that just wants to walk in, show her the whip claw, and just walk away.
See, that's probably a good thing. I think, genuinely. Show her the whip claw, tell her to fuck off. Start doing our own thing. When it comes to Orpheus, let her do it. Then go in afterwards. Maybe, hey, Calestis.
Yes, sirree?
You don't fucking like her, right?
He, like, holds one side of his face. You can tell that he wants to, like, cushion it a bit, and then decides, well, even though this was in another universe, someone who brings up my sister being dead is not someone I really want to talk to. Sorry.
Yeah, so we hear that she's probably going to try and ambush us once we try to finish our dealings with the Reaper. So,
Sure.
Could you,
beat her to death?
knock her the fuck out? Like, I don't know. If you, like...
Okay.
I don't know.
I
The
am a
man
pacifist when I'm paid to be. Blah blah blah. I guess. Sorry.
the man says she'll die anyway. So honestly, I mean, if she does, like,
If she does,
shrug.
cool. If she doesn't, oops.
Yeah. So far, we're only aiming to just get her knocked the fuck out, mainly because it's like, man, she's kind of a fucking bitch, and we really don't need her in our fucking way.
Mhm.
Wonder, like,
I
actually,
can-
real quick, checks his pocket. Does he still have Callie's gun from the other timeline?
No.
Alright.
Oh,
Fucking-
important question.
Hmm?
Do you still have my duck?
He reaches into his pocket. He's back.
Oh, baby, okay.
Whilst they do
Alright.
not have it on command, Duck is returned.
Alright, I just wanted to make sure he's kept between loops, I suppose. Oh, my poor little baby.
He was very, very good.
I
Aw.
assume most of the stuff that I also had got is still in my inventory, except for Hephaestus. Is the situation?
Yeah, I don't know if there are any other weird ones.
Oh no, I assume that the fucking clock hand is also out. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, no to both of those. Yeah.
Yep, that's what I figured. Just wanted to make sure. I do get to keep Superman in 64 though. You know.
Hooray! Look at you go.
Right. So I guess for the sake of ease, yeah, can you switch it to the anti-skeleton one first and foremost?
He switches it to the anti-skeleton one first and foremost.
Thank you.
Alright, I guess there's no use in hanging around here if we've got an idea as to what we're doing, right?
It does make me wonder though, considering we literally got all the way up to Alucard's. I am so confused as to where the fuck Vantorius was.
Maybe she was hiding, taking a nap.
You were all in pretty dour spirits. She actually, went to talk to me. Mentioned, like, I kinda hope they failed because Alucard's actually very cool and I like him a lot. But,
I see.
you know, didn't want to talk with you because someone died.
Ah.
Valid.
Now, if it doesn't happen, who knows if she'll pop up again?
Yeah, it's probably a good thing she didn't show up.
She's a bit of a but nonetheless.
Alright, well, I guess we should just... I don't know what a fucking stupid strategizing anyone else ideas have, but I feel like we're good to just go on ahead.
We've
See
done
you
it
around,
before,
then.
we'll do it again. See
I'll
ya.
be in my usual set of locales, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He gives a peace sign.
Yep. See you then.
Any requests for weapons or what have you?
Nothing comes to mind directly, so no, I'm good.
This is gonna be a real. Sorry, go on, Eldon.
Do we still have the weapons we got in the last thing, like the red grounder?
Yes.
Alright, then,
It's gonna be a real odd request, but do you have a vampire hunter weapon?
I'm afraid not.
Damn.
Perhaps knowing my epithet, there's something odd I could do, but the closest I can really get to is my scythe. And as you may assume, for Reapers, scythes are very important for a variety of reasons.
Actually, it does make me think. Actually, there's one request. The song thing, is that an ability in Outclass, or what was that?
It's a sort of passive thing I can do if I focus on it.
Alright, not yet, but eventually I might ask to see if you're good with me making a copy of that, but, like, no, you don't say you have to, I'm just, you know, finger
We
guns.
will see. I'll be around, he comments with a smile. And
Reminds me, I need to
Hops
go
back
back and
inside.
fix all my macros to be D20s.
Lamau. Well, I wonder what that is.
when you can do that one, Ballas?
don't-
Next time on Destruction Bench Agreement!
And make sure you don't accidentally make them D200.
Oh, I wonder why you're saying that.
Whoever would do something like that?
But yeah, fuck yeah. Session end, assumably.
Yeah.
Hog.
We can
Do we
hand
wanna-
out reports. Yeah.
No, you were getting to it, so you're good. You go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? Number one, that fight was remarkably easy for all of you because you just kind of beat him to death, even though someone died. Oops. So let's
Remarkably. Well, that's fair.
Yeah,
Yo,
they
dude,
kind
stand
of-
Yo!
Words. Oh.
They kind of
You-
Elden
we
K-listed
do
their
have-
way through it.
The Elden diff, the Elden diff.
Yeah, you kind of. That literally is basically 2/3 of his health bar. If there were not the phase mechanic in this, he would be fucked one ways to Sundays.
That's entirely valid. I was just like, huh. I mean, I don't know. We was getting our fucking shit rocked, but then it was like,
Well,
oh,
you were
right,
getting your shit rocked until you
The-
weren't anymore.
the Elden Ring. Do 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 do. Like, I'm taking that
Oh.
5th L. Well,
Damn, Daniel.
I'll
here's a-
take my first L.
Now, Scarlet, let's get a little meta here for a second, right? I'm not likely to get any more. We're not likely to get any more rewards, right?
At least significantly lessened ones, but you'll always have the L available if nothing else.
All right, I'm gonna take the L.
All right, you're gonna take the L.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the L, and I think.
Do I continue?
See, here's the thing, right, Scarlet?
What's up?
I swear on God, I'm really used to just having like 2 summons out at a time now. And I'm like almost hesitating of like, oh man, this is my 5th level. Maybe I could make it that, but I'm also like, I don't know, I imagine having higher levels is like, a good in some way.
Yeah. I'd allow you to increase the summon cap by 1, I suppose, to really make sure that this next thing is of no challenge to you.
So, as a fun note, Alexander dying and giving him the prop to get this ability is a fun little note. Because he does unlock an ability, which is an offensive ability. Soft Resonant Strike, 4 cost. While he's not the strongest or most directly experienced in confrontation, Alexander's epithet allows him to lord over things which are, to an extent, vulnerable. Wrapping his fist in a layer of lexical energy and cloth, he makes a punch directly to where someone's kidney or other organs would be. This deals 2 bludgeoning damage directly, but then the epithet
Biggest in the
energy passes from his hand through the target, ignoring defenses, and enters the body, imparting a rather meager amount of force upon the organ. But even then, not much force is needed to cause a rupture. This deals 11 true damage and causes the target to start bleeding internally, taking 1 damage at the start of every round. If Alexander is the only remaining ally in combat, the stack rolls with advantage. For the sake of it, in an RP/in-universe sense, unless you're expecting/know of this attack, it seems incredibly weak until the after effects actually happen, and is likely not worth doing anything about.
I see. That's right. You can actually hit people now, Alexander.
I can do it! I can punch people! I'm still not very strong punching, but my epithet makes up for it!
Callie would be so proud of you if only she could see you now.
Only.
But hey, she
I
will,
wonder-
and you'll beat her to death.
I wonder what summons I should have out for this Lupicus.
Well, you can think about that next time on Destruction Bench Agreement.
Yay! Oh, can I? Then, not because we're all here, can I have a character sheet in the Roll20? But other than that, yeah.
Later.
Speaking of us
Roll20.
all being here, all of you in chat should be here at the link that I'm posting. Our Fine Dining, our Discord server, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah, someone inquires if this is a Persona 4 theme. This is Persona 3's opening played in a different room, parentheses, I made it myself, further parentheses, it shows up in Persona 4 once, I think. Anyway, message me for more details and use Fine Dining to do it. Say goodbye to stream, everybody.